Chapter 581. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, a sword-shaped shadow flashed across his pupils. Mo Lihai was sitting cross-legged outside Wang Lin's residence. He had been sitting here for 3 days. His face was pale, without any color. During these 3 days, he had tried to enter Wang Lin's residence many times, but when he saw the thick, rumbling black fog outside, especially the dense restrictions inside the fog, he could not help but stop. Seeing that the battle between the demon generals was about to start, he became very anxious. However, he could feel that since Wang Lin had placed so many restrictions around his house, it meant that Wang Lin was at a critical point in his cultivation and didn't want anyone to disturb him. After weighing the pros and cons, Mo Lihai let out a long sigh and quietly waited outside. This day was the day before the battle between the demon generals. The next day would be a fierce battle. The anxiety in Mo Lihai's heart had reached its peak. If Wang Lin did not come out today, then he would completely lose the right to participate in the battle tomorrow. He hesitated for a bit, clenched his teeth, stood up, and walked toward Wang Lin's residence. "Brother Wang," Mo Lihai's voice came out. Just at this moment, the black fog in front of him suddenly rumbled violently, as if there was a hole in it. The black fog started to spin rapidly, forming a vortex that sucked the black fog in. In the blink of an eye, the black fog outside the residence disappeared without a trace. Mo Lihai's eyes were filled with joy. He stopped and stood outside the residence, looking inside with bright eyes. The door of the residence was pushed open from the inside, and Wang Lin slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, Mo Lihai sucked in a breath of cold air and involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the Wang Lin in his eyes was different from before. The moment he looked at Wang Lin, he felt like he was standing at the foot of a mountain. Wang Lin's figure was not tall, but at this moment, he had the aura of a grandmaster that penetrated deep into Mo Lihai's heart. "You're injured." Wang Lin closed his eyes and retracted his aura. When he opened his eyes, there were no ripples in his body, as if he was immortal. Mo Lihai's feeling changed again. If before, he felt like he was standing at the foot of a mountain, then now, Wang Lin was like a deep pool of water. Although it seemed like a calm well, if you really fell into it, you would die a tragic death. Mo Lihai took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I lost the battle with Mo Fei." Wang Lin nodded and walked out of the room. He stood in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. After a while, he said, "How many days have I been in seclusion? Tomorrow is the battle between the demon generals," said Mo Lihai. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Mo Fei is very strong. He completely withstood my 10 collapse fist intent, and my 100 waves of the demon sea was deflected by his wheel rotation technique. I lost to that wheel rotation technique." Wheel rotation technique. Wang Lin looked at Mo Lihai. As a #1 demon general, Mo Fei's mystiques are extremely mysterious. Ever since he became a demon general, he went to the Dragon Lake Ancient Pregnancy Temple to cultivate for 3 years. Since then, none of his battles have forced him to use a second mystique other than the wheel rotation technique. This wheel rotation technique is a technique that deflects all mystiques. Its power is very strong. Mo Lihai thought back to the battle a few days ago and said in a low voice. Wang Lin said calmly, "Brother Mo, other than the 10 collapse fist intent and the 100 waves of the demon sea, Wang doesn't believe that you don't have a unique technique." Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin and said calmly, "I do. When I became a demon general, the Emperor Lord personally taught me this technique. It's called Demon Flame. I'm going to use this divine ability. The wheel rotation technique has 18 layers. I broke through 17 layers, but in the end, I still lost. Brother Wang, I made a deal with Mo Fei before the battle. The loser will forfeit the battle between the demon generals. Tomorrow, whether I can get the position of the vice marshal depends on Brother Wang." Mo Lihai felt bitter in his heart. He took 2 steps back and bowed deeply to Wang Lin. "Wang, I'll do my best," Wang Lin said calmly. Mo Lihai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Brother Wang. I won't disturb you any longer." We'll go to Beijing together tomorrow morning." Then, he cupped his fists again and left. His back view was slightly bleak. Wang Lin quietly stood in the courtyard and closed his eyes. He stood there for the entire night. Early in the morning, the sun shrouded the land and drove away the darkness of the Sky Demon City. Sunlight shone on Beijing, and the entire Sky Demon City was filled with battle intent from the 8 outer cities. In Beijing, there was a huge battle drum in the square under the Sky Demon sect. The drum was pitch black in color. An ancient aura was emitted from it, spreading over a distance of 10,000 elite groups of soldiers wearing black armor stepped out from both sides and surrounded the entire square. A person suddenly rushed out from these soldiers. This person moved like lightning, and his gray hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a god of war as he jumped into the air and punched the huge war drum. Dong! A deep drum sound came from Beijing and echoed throughout the entire Sky Demon City. Everyone in the Sky Demon City knew that there was a Sky Demon drum in Beijing. This drum would only sound when worshipping the ancestors, opening the Dragon Lake, or extremely grand events occurred. The Dragon Lake was opened 9 times, the ancestor worship was opened 6 times, and the other events were opened 3 times. The sound of the drum echoed between heaven and earth, causing the entire Sky Demon City to tremble. Countless people were awakened by the sound of the drum in the morning. One by one, the demon generals brought their followers and helpers onto the military road and went straight to Beijing. The 8 gates of Beijing were all opened. Countless demon soldiers carefully verified the identity of the demon generals before letting them in. The battlefield for this battle was the square of the Sky Demon sect. There was a powerful array protecting this place, so it wouldn't be easily damaged. On the east side of the square, there was a 9-story trapezoid. It was about 100 feet long, and there were countless tables on it. The officials of the Sky Demon City walked out one by one and sat down. There was only one seat at the top, which was prepared for the Demon Arch. On the north and south sides of the square, there were 8-story trapezoids that were about 800 feet long. Countless women and young masters of the Bay residents were sitting on them. There were 4 seats on the top 2 floors of the trapezoids. Among the 16 seats, the top 8 were for the demon commanders, and the bottom 8 were for the vice commanders. At this moment, the entire square was extremely lively. Before the Demon Arch arrived, more and more people took their seats. Among these people, some were yawning. It was obvious that they were sleeping at this time. Soon, the 3 trapezoids around the square were all occupied, except for the Imperial Lord, the Vice Commanders, and the Commander. Whispers could be heard constantly. This time, Demon General Mo Fei will definitely be ranked first. There's no doubt about it. Otherwise, Demon General Shi Zhao's cultivation is extremely high. I heard that he found an even more shocking helper. Shi Zhao is qualified to be ranked first in this battle. Demon General Mo Lihai can't be underestimated either. His cultivation is very high. His spells are amazing, and he has the spell that the Imperial Lord taught him. He is qualified to be in the top 3. Mo Lihai, you guys might not know, but he fought against Mo Fei a few days ago and lost. Both sides made an agreement that the loser can't enter the arena today. Oh, is there really such a thing? If that is true, then it is a pity for Mo Lihai. Not necessarily. Mo Lihai can't fight, but his helper can. However, his helper is unknown, so I'm afraid there is no hope for him to win. Could it be that aside from those 3, there are no other powerhouses in the Demon General battle? Rumor has it that Demon General Yusen Slaughter Dao has already reached the peak. He is the only Demon General without a city, and he spends most of his time in the Fire Demon country killing to cultivate. If he appears, he will definitely set off a bloody storm. That is indeed the case. There's also that Demon General Moen. That person's cultivation method is very special. In the ancient demon temple, he is very low-key, so no one knows his strength. Today, I want to see what kind of spells he has. Everyone, don't forget the 4th-ranked demon general from 300 years ago, the demon Celestial Xielian. Xiepeng, the only female demon general with the surname Xiepeng. In the Demon General battle 300 years ago, I heard that she fought with injuries and came in 4th place. Rumor has it that if she hadn't been injured, Mo Fei's first place would have changed. Sounds of discussion echoed across the square. Everyone was guessing who would emerge victorious in the battle of demon generals. Just at this moment, the white-haired, black-armored old man stood under the demon drum at the center of the square. After the first beat, he closed his eyes. At this moment, he opened his eyes, turned into a shadow, and suddenly punched the demon drum. Dong! The second beat of the drum echoed across the square, causing all the discussion to suddenly stop. The sound of the drum spread across the entire Sky Demon City. This voice seemed to have turned into rolling thunder in the air, bringing with it a series of rumbling echoes. It continuously reverberated, completely driving away the last trace of darkness in the early morning and welcoming the bright sunlight. As the sound of the drums echoed in the air and the sound of thunder spread out, 8 arcs of light shot through the sky at an incredible speed. These 8 people didn't come through the main entrance, but instead flew directly through the air. Only the Commander-in-Chief had the qualifications to do this. The 6 Vice Commander-in-Chief, Heaven, Mystic, Yellow, Universe, Eternity, and Desolate Vice Commander-in-Chief, descended from the sky and sat down on the 2nd floor of the North and South platforms. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's face was pale. After he sat down, he immediately closed his eyes to cultivate and ignored everything around him. After the 6 of them sat down, thunder, even more intense than the sound of the demon drum, came from the sky. The 8 commander-in-chiefs of the Sky Demon Country flew over. Among the 8, there were 7 men and 1 woman. The 8 of them clasped their hands at each other and calmly went to their respective seats without saying a word. The appearance of these 8 people caused everyone to reveal expressions of respect. The prestige these 8 people enjoyed in the Sky Demon Country was second only to the Demon Emperor. Even in the entire Demon Spirit Land, they were very famous, and everyone knew them. Dong! The third beat of the drum echoed across the square. It was several times more intense than before, and it echoed across thousands of kilometers. Everyone's ears were filled with the endless rumbling of thunder. At this moment, their gazes all gathered toward one place. That place was an empty seat on the 1st floor of the eastern platform. Chapter 582. After 3 drum beats, only the echoes of the drum echoed in the square. The noble figure in everyone's mind didn't appear on the empty seat on the eastern side of the square. Just at this moment, a man wearing golden armor walked out from the palace behind the square. His gaze swept across the square before finally stopping in front of him. He shouted, "Demon generals, step forward." The moment he said this, his voice spread like thunder. The Sky Demon Gate in front of him suddenly opened and demon generals walked in. These demon generals were all followed by cultivators. The moment they walked into the square, everyone's gazes immediately moved away from the empty seats and looked over. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief opened his eyes and stared at one of the demon generals. His eyes were filled with anger, and he let out a snort. The person he was staring at was Wang Lin. He was walking beside Mo Lihai and looked at the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief before looking away. Mo Lihai frowned and looked at the empty seats on the eastern side of the Sky Demon Gate. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why didn't the Emperor Lord come?" Hundreds of demon generals walked out of the Sky Demon Gate and lined up on both sides. A strong battle intent came from their bodies and filled the area. According to the Emperor Lord's order, the rules for this demon general battle will be the same as before. Challenges will be the rule. A low voice came from the golden armored man. The loser has the right to ask the helper to step forward. Similarly, the winner can step back and ask the helper to step forward. If they win both times, they win. If they lose and win, both of them will be disqualified. In addition, the final winner can't challenge anyone else in this round. The golden armored man slowly said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. When Wang Lin heard this rule, his eyes narrowed. This rule seemed ordinary, but contained a reign of terror and bloodshed. This bloody storm came from the final rule that if one won and one lost, both of them would be disqualified. As a result, everyone would do their best to win this demon general battle. If they lost the first round, then the loser would be disqualified. The only thing they could do was take revenge and make the winner lose the next round as well. Both sides would be disqualified. This isn't a competition, but a battle to the death. Wang Lin was silent. In a battle between demon generals, there can be deaths, but the ones who die can't be the demon general. They can only be their helpers. If a demon general dies, then the person who killed the demon general will be executed. The golden armored man said again. Wang Lin frowned and looked coldly at the golden armored man. The competition between demon generals and the slaughter between cultivators in exchange for positions. In the demon spirit land, if you want to obtain a position, you have to walk out of the blood rain. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and silently pondered. I will name the participants. The golden armored man pointed with his right hand. The person he pointed at was a thin person. Demon General Mu Yun stepped forward. The person pointed out by the golden armored man walked out and arrived at the center of the square in just a few steps. This person was wearing armor, and his face was thin. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his complexion was slightly sallow. He stood there, motionless, like an ancient pine tree. Mu Yun. This person can be ranked in the top 30 among the demon generals. Rumor has it that he cultivates the 9 death and 9 life energy. 300 years ago, he reached the 5 death and 5 life stage. The first person to fight is already such a powerful person. This demon general battle will be interesting. I wonder who will challenge him. It has to be said that winning the first battle will attract the attention of the demon emperor. Although the demon emperor didn't come today, he will definitely give the report to the demon emperor. The golden armored man calmly said. Then he closed his eyes and no longer spoke. The thin demon general quietly stood there on the square. Time slowly passed, and on the 5th breath, a person walked out. On the square, the skinny demon general stood there quietly. Time slowly passed. On the 5th breath of time, a person walked out from the group of demon generals. The instant Shao stepped out, Fiend General Mu Yun's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. The moment this person walked out, cries of shock came from the surrounding square. Shao. Demon General Shao. This person's cultivation is in the top 3. Isn't he bullying others by sending him out? I originally thought that Shao's opponent would be Mo Lihai. 300 years ago, Mo Lihai left the first scar on Shao's face. This scar is the greatest humiliation Shao has suffered in his life. Shao's appearance could only be described as demonic. He walked toward the square and stopped 300 feet away from Mu Yun. He said calmly, Mu Yun, you're not my match. Get down. Demonic General Mu Yun grinned. His smile, combined with his appearance, gave off the feeling of a corpse smiling. He gave off an eerie aura. Shao. Mu Yun made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and strands of green gas spread out from his 5 fingers. There were even sizzling sounds that echoed. The green gas on his 5 fingers were like 5 spirit snakes that swayed around his fingers. 5 strands of life and death demonic chi. It looks like your cultivation has already broken through the 7th level of the 9 deaths and 9 lives art. Shao glanced at Mu Yun and shook his head. However, it's still not enough. Mu Yun laughed coldly. He grabbed forward with his right hand, and the 5 wisps of green aura on his fingers instantly extended madly toward Shao. As the 5 strands of green gas extended, they created a series of sonic booms. At the same time, a fishy smell filled the area. Many of the surrounding demon generals immediately narrowed their eyes. They stared at the 5 strands of green gas with shock in their eyes. Shao shook his head. His body didn't move as he waved his right hand. His index finger pointed out, his middle finger pointed out, and his ring finger pointed out. Then his right hand formed a palm and pressed forward. A diamond-shaped light appeared before Shao's palm. In a flash, it collided with Mu Yun's 5 strands of green gas. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and sandstorms appeared on the ground. The 5 strands of green gas were immediately shredded by the diamond-shaped light when they entered the diamond-shaped light. At the same time, the ball of light shot out with a flash, and with an unbelievable speed, it imprinted itself on the area before Mu Yun and shattered with a bang. The shockwave from the collapse caused Mu Yun's face to turn pale. He was forced back several dozen feet before he stabilized himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Shi Xiao withdrew his right hand and calmly said, "I said, you are still not enough. Your helper can come out now." Shi Xiao withdrew his right hand and said calmly. As soon as his voice rang out, the ground began to tremble. A person walked out from among the demon generals. He was extremely large, and his muscles weighed hundreds of kilograms. He was bare-chested, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. With 3 steps, he arrived before Shi Xiao and grinned. "Little baby, your giant spirit sect's esteemed Tian Kuei is Demon General Mu Yun's helper." Wang Lin looked at the fat man. The giant spirit sect was a big sect on planet Tianyun. Their spells were similar to the giant demon clans. They both used force to defeat others. The giant man let out a roar as he stepped forward. Waves of celestial spiritual energy came out of his pores and formed celestial fog. At this moment, there was no celestial spiritual energy around him. His body was hidden inside the fog as he charged at Shi Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The earth trembled as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping. The figure inside the celestial fog closed in as waves of chanting came from the fog. The area within 1,000 feet was shrouded by a mysterious force and formed a restriction. There was also a fat person among the surrounding demon generals. He was wearing a green robe and had a large sword on his back. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered, "This person's current appearance is a bit similar to my sword spirit." Shi Xiao let out a cold snort, but his body didn't move. It was as if he was rooted to the ground. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at the void. His 5 fingers formed a cone that stabbed forward. As he pointed his finger at the void, traces of demonic power spread out from his body, turning into black threads that flew out along his finger and fused with the 5 fingers of the all. The moment the giant roared, Shi Xiao's right hand pointed forward. His finger formed an irresistible force, directly breaking through the immortal mist in front of the giant. Like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, his finger directly pressed between the giant's eyebrows. Shi Xiao's speed was too fast. The giant man let out a roar. At this moment, the giant man's huge impact was completely dissipated by the all. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated with great agility. Bang, bang, bang. As he retreated, the ground cracked. The huge man took 3 steps back, crossing several dozen feet. As he retreated, a mist of blood sprayed out from his body. When he took the final step, his body trembled and collapsed, transforming into a mass of flesh and blood that scattered on the square. 5 black lines flew out from the pieces of flesh and fused with Shi Xiao's body. The demon general battle is not a matter of life and death. You outsiders will be buried with me. Shi Xiao withdrew his hand. He didn't even look at the pieces of flesh and blood on the ground. His eyes were cold as he looked at Mo Lihai. Mo Lihai, do you dare to fight me? After he said this, the spectators all began to discuss. Perhaps it was because of the excitement of blood, but everyone became excited. Mo Lihai looked at Shi Xiao and calmly said, "I lost to Mo Fei, so I won't participate in this demon general battle." Killing intent flashed in Shi Xiao's eyes. He stared at Mo Lihai for a long time before his gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he said, "You, come down and play with me." Wang Lin didn't look at Shi Xiao and calmly said, "I'm not interested in a battle that doesn't involve killing Wang." Shi Xiao coldly snorted. Just at this moment, the golden armored man coldly looked at Wang Lin and said, "Demon General Shi Xiao, step down. You in this battle. According to the rules, you can't challenge anyone else." Shi Xiao looked at Wang Lin and walked toward him. He walked past Wang Lin and softly said, "If Mo Lihai doesn't dare to fight, then I'll kill you to vent my anger. Wang Lin didn't even look at this person. His expression was the same as always. The golden armored man pointed at Wang Lin and said, "You, step forward." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked out and stood on square. "If there are no challengers in 10 breaths of time, I will call the names." After the golden armored man finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Chapter 583. A gentle breeze blew by and created a vortex in the square. As it swept by, countless clothes fluttered, creating flapping sounds. Wang Lin's white robe was blown by the wind, making his long hair even more elegant. Standing in the square, Wang Lin looked up at the sky with a calm expression. It was as if everything before him was just a passing cloud and he was just a passerby. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the sounds of discussion came from the tall buildings around the square. If Mo Lehigh doesn't fight, then although this person is helping, it will be difficult for him to obtain the final victory for Mo Lehigh. This person is arrogant, but he doesn't dare to accept Demon General Shi Zhao's challenge. What a joke. As an outsider, don't be arrogant in my demon spirit land, or else you will without a doubt die. It looks like this person still doesn't understand his own identity. As people discussed, the Xian vice commander-in-chief let out a snort. There was a middle-aged man sitting beside him wearing blue armor. His appearance was ordinary and there was nothing special about him, but he gave off a sense of majesty. When this person heard the Xian vice commander-in-chief snort, he turned around and smiled. Xian vice commander-in-chief, do you know this person? The Xian vice commander-in-chief's expression was gloomy as he shook his head. I don't. His voice paused for a moment before he continued. However, this person will definitely enter the top 3. Even first place won't be difficult. The middle-aged man was startled. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and said, this person's cultivation level is only at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. I fear it won't be easy for him to enter first place. The Xian vice commander-in-chief let out a cold snort and said, Vice commander-in-chief Wang, how about we make a bet? If this person doesn't enter first place, I'll give you my Heaven Omen flag. If this person enters first place, you give me your Xian core. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Good. I want to see what is so special about this person to make the Xian vice commander-in-chief so sure. The Xian vice commander-in-chief sneered in his heart and thought, if this person seriously injured you, you would also be so sure. Just at this moment, a person from the demon general's side quickly walked out. This person wore a set of earth-colored armor, and his feet did not move as he walked. However, in a flash, he appeared 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. I'm indebted to you for taking care of me as a colleague. No one is fighting with me for the identity of the challenger. That person's laughter echoed in the surroundings. He looked quite pleased with himself, and his laughter was filled with great confidence. Demon General AOD. I guessed that he would be participating in this battle. This person's cultivation is considered average among the demon generals, but he's extremely good at taking advantage of others. Although it's shameful, the opportunity he's looking for today is the best. As long as I defeat this cultivator, it is equivalent to defeating Mo Lehigh. Furthermore, Mo Lehigh cannot fight. This time, I only need to win one battle to win this round. No wonder AOD said that he is indebted to his colleagues for taking care of him. Demon General AOD cupped his fists and looked at Wang Lin. He smiled and said, If you admit defeat now, you can keep your life. Otherwise, once I make a move, even if you can fight to a draw, don't forget that I still have a helper. The moment he said this, many of the surrounding demon generals revealed expressions of watching a show. However, only a few of them had different expressions, and one of them was Mo Fei. Mo Fei quietly stood to the side and coldly looked at Wang Lin with a calm expression. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked at AOD. He shook his head slightly and said, You are not my match. AOD was startled, and then he laughed wildly. He took a step forward and said, Arrogant person, let me see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant. As he spoke, he took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. leaving no trace behind. The instant AOD disappeared, Wang Lin's expression did not change at all. He did not show any surprise. He raised his right foot and stepped forward. The ground rumbled. Shockwaves spread out in all directions with Wang Lin's feet as the center. Strands of celestial energy turned into sharp swords and charged out from the ground. At this moment, it was like the ground Wang Lin was standing on was lava from hell. With one step, the ground shattered and countless strands of lava came out from the cracks. The red light it gave off was the sharp swords rushing into the sky. AOD was forced out of the ground 15 meters away from Xiao Chun. He was in the air, and his limit was incredible. His earth escape was powered by his demonic energy and his life demonic beast. Even if his opponent used this move to collapse the ground, it would not be easy to force him out. In fact, he could even change his strategy the instant his opponent used this move to attack in a roundabout way. Most importantly, there were restrictions everywhere in the plaza below the Heavenly Fiend Gate. The difficulty of collapsing the ground here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Even AOD had to be very careful when using the Earth Escape. When he watched Shi Xiao fight, he had been studying the best path. However, he did not have time to think so much at this moment. While he was in the air, Wang Lin's gaze was like a sharp sword piercing through the sandstorm. When AOD saw Wang Lin's gaze, his scalp went numb, and he had a bad feeling. AOD did not hesitate to retreat quickly. At the same time, he quickly smacked his forehead with his right hand. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin took a step forward. With one step, he crossed dozens of meters and arrived beside AOD. Wang Lin's right hand flickered with a gray light as he grabbed AOD's right hand. AOD's expression changed drastically. The other party's hand was like a hot iron pincer. He struggled, but he could not break free. AOD roared and bit the tip of his tongue. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood at Wang Lin. The moment this blood arrow appeared, it immediately gave off waves of demonic chi and turned into an illusory dragon turtle. With a dragon roar, the dragon turtle tried to swallow Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. Before the blood arrow got close to Wang Lin's face, it hit layers of invisible life seals in the air. As the blood arrow melted, it disappeared without a trace after more than 800 life seals. At the same time, Wang Lin grabbed AOD's right hand and flung him to the side. His immortal energy instantly flowed into AOD's body, destroying all his meridians like a hot knife through butter. Stop! Just at this moment, the golden armored man in charge of the Fiend General Battle suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a sinister, cold light. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Not only did he not stop, but he sent out another strand of immortal energy to destroy the meridians that were already in ruins. Then, he let go, and AOD's body was flung away. While AOD was in midair, popping sounds came from his body. A large amount of blood mist came out of his body. Pain. Intense pain. This was the only feeling he had. The pressure in his body frantically resisted the invasion of immortal energy. During this process, the intense impact and tremors made him feel like he was in hell. The Xian Vice General sucked in a breath of cold air. This scene reminded him of his battle with Wang Lin. When he looked at AOD, it was like he was looking at himself from back then. How dare you? The golden armored man's right hand reached into the air, and waves of golden light from the sun gathered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden spear. This spear was like he was holding the sun in his hand. As he threw it, it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin did not even look at the golden spear charging at him. His body moved forward, leaving behind an afterimage as he charged at AOD. He grabbed AOD's right hand once more and violently shook it. AOD felt like his body was being hit by a raging wave. A powerful force entered his body through his right hand and turned into muffled, crackling sounds. All the bones in his body were separated from his flesh and blood. His bones shattered, and pain that was several times more intense than the impact on his meridians came from every part of his body. Wang Lin let go, and AOD fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. AOD's breathing was weak, but he was not dead yet. After doing all of this, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His right hand formed a seal, and life seals gathered in his right hand. At this moment, the golden spear flew over. The power of this spear was extremely shocking, as if it could split the heavens and earth. The moment it flew out, Wang Lin felt like he was locked down by it. The moment it closed in, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. There was a flash of light in his eyes as he deduced restrictions. His right hand suddenly slapped the spear. With this slap, the spear let out a buzzing sound. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand slapped once more. This time, he touched a different location. At the same time, his body flashed and the spear flew by his side. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and looked coldly at the golden-armored man. He said calmly, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to break the rules?" His expression was calm, but he was very cautious in his heart. The might of the golden spear was very strong. The golden-armored man looked deeply at Wang Lin and squeezed the air with his right hand. The golden spear that passed by Wang Lin immediately trembled and turned into rays of sunlight before disappearing. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Everyone in the spectator stands was dumbfounded as they watched this unexpected turn of events. Everyone present was in disbelief. A dignified demon general was actually beaten to such a state by an outsider. Although he didn't die, all the meridians and bones in his body were broken. Such a person had already become a cripple, unless the Fiend Emperor was willing to give him the extremely precious Heavenly Fey pill. However, even a Fiend General would need countless battle merits to obtain a Heavenly Fey pill. How could a mere Fiend General like AOD obtain such a pill? If AOD had been defeated after an intense battle, these people could still accept it. However, at this moment, the victor was decided in the time it took for a spark to fly. This had shattered their pride as people of the demon spirit land. It has to be said that in the past battles between the demon generals, aside from a few rare occasions, it was rare for a demon general to be beaten up this badly. As for being beaten up by an outsider, this was the first time it had happened. Gazes filled with shock and killing intent suddenly gathered on Wang Lin's body. Gasps could be heard from the demon generals on both sides. Their gazes toward Wang Lin immediately changed. This person is very strong. The demon general's subordinate was a man that gave off a cold aura. He stared at Wang Lin with a hint of battle intent in his eyes. He was the demon general that cultivated the Tao of slaughter. You senior. Interesting, I didn't think Mo Lehigh would have such a move up his sleeves. I wonder how many demons he can take if I use the 7 demon art. The black-haired man touched the ring on his finger and revealed a smile. How ruthless! The Xian Vice General clenched the armrest of his seat as he stared at Wang Lin. A huge wave was set off in his heart. On the north and south stands, the gazes of the 8 commander-in-chiefs all narrowed as they looked at Wang Lin. One of them was wearing a green robe and had a scholarly aura. He looked at Wang Lin with a hint of admiration in his eyes. His actions are clean and efficient, not sloppy at all. This child is not bad. Chen Tao stood beside Shi Xiao and stared at Wang Lin in a daze. This junior brother of his had become completely different from before. The current him was even more powerful. It could even be said that his strength was somewhat terrifying. Crippling AOD was secondary. What truly caused Chen Tao's gaze to narrow was the palm that Wang Lin had used to slap the golden spear. Chen Tao knew very well what the golden spear was. He had heard from Tian Yunzi that there was a spell that could extract sunlight, condense it into power, and turn this power into liquid. Tian Yunzi was full of praise for this spell. Although the cultivation of the golden-armored man had not reached the level where Tian Yunzi was full of praise, that spear was the true light of the sun. Chen Tao believed that he could also slightly deflect that spear, but if he did what Wang Lin did, slapping it twice and completely changing its direction, it would be very difficult. This was not a problem of cultivation or celestial energy, but a kind of calculation, a kind of deduction. if he were to compete with me for the title of true disciple in his current state. Even if I win, I would be seriously injured and have to go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. My cultivation might even fall. Chuntao took a deep breath as he looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. Among everyone, the happiest person was Mo Lihai. He couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he once again felt that his decision was wise. Since I have this relationship with this person, we won't be enemies in the future. The stronger this Wang Lin is, the greater my chance of winning will be. However, Chief Steward Jean is bullying the weak. If I can become the commander-in-chief one day, I'll definitely teach this person a lesson. A cold snort echoed across the square. This sound was like a bolt of thunder across the sky. This caused the gazes of most people to gather on the person who let out the cold snort. The golden-armored man pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "Do you know that anyone who kills a demon general will be beheaded? Since Demon General AOD didn't die this time, I'll spare you this once. AOD's helper, step out." The two sides of the square were completely silent. Shortly after, a weak voice came from within. "I forfeit." The golden-armored man's eyes were gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "You win this round, step down." Wang Lin didn't say anything and walked toward the demon generals. The moment he walked over, the demon generals in front of him subconsciously backed up and opened up a path. Wang Lin walked next to Mo Lihai. Mo Lihai had a joyful expression as he whispered, "Brother Wang, don't worry. That Chief Steward Jean is only a eunuch. If the Demon Emperor appreciates you, then this Chief Steward Jean is nothing." Wang Lin faintly smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, in the depths of the palace where the sword pavilion was located, the Emperor's sword was stabbed into the ground. It was also in the capital, so the moment Wang Lin attacked, it immediately sensed the existence that made it angry. In its anger, it immediately flew out from the ground. It was about to charge forward and cut this person into pieces, just like how it had destroyed the Hong Lao many times. However, the moment it flew up, it hesitated. After all, the Demon Emperor had told it to be quiet for a few days and not to go out during the Demon General battle. Otherwise, it would be sent to the Dragon Lake. Thinking about this, the Emperor's sword let out an unwilling sword hum and angrily pointed at the Sky Demon sect. After struggling for a long time, the Emperor's sword turned into a girl in her 20s. This girl's body was crystal clear, and she was very beautiful. She landed on the ground and kicked around. Every time she kicked, there would be a flash of sword energy. As the rumbling continued, many parts of the sword pavilion were destroyed. Only then did her anger subside. At this moment, she rolled her eyes. The Demon Emperor doesn't allow the Emperor's sword to go out. I'm a sword spirit, so it should be fine if I go out. It should be fine. I won't do anything. I'll just go see that despicable food and remember his aura. That way, it will be easier to find him in the future. There shouldn't be any problems. The girl blinked her eyes and her body flickered. She floated out of the sword pavilion and charged toward the Sky Demon sect. When she was about to arrive at the square, the girl's body turned into nothingness and she floated to the palace in front of the square. She sat on the tiles of the palace and looked down. The moment she appeared on the palace, 8 gazes seemed to casually float over. The girl's body trembled, and she stuck out her tongue. These 8 gazes came from the 8 commander-in-chiefs from the north and south. The 8 of them only glanced at her for a moment before withdrawing their gazes. Among them, a few revealed a smile. Wang Lin was watching the competition between the remaining commander-in-chiefs. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He had a trace of connection with Su Ligua, who was inside the celestial sword. After all, Su Ligua was a devil that he had refined. At this moment, Su Ligua was no longer obediently staying inside the celestial sword. Instead, he roared into Wang Lin's mind with an extremely excited tone. "Master, let me out. Old Su Spring has come. Quickly let me out." "What's the matter?" Wang Lin said. Wang Lin's body trembled as he interrupted Su Ligua and said, "Master, do you still remember that Duan Lizi's Emperor's sword? I originally didn't take it seriously, but now that I see it, The Emperor's sword spirit is such a fresh and delicate little beauty. Wang Lin's body trembled as he interrupted Su Ligua and said, "Here? Above the palace. Master, you can't see her. Only I can see her," Su Ligua said proudly. After he finished speaking, his heart trembled. He thought of Wang Lin's reputation as a fiend and quickly said, "This has nothing to do with cultivation. I can see her because I learned a sword spirit technique from Little Black. This was all taught to me by Little Black. He said that high-level sword spirits like us, even if we are inside the storage bag, we can still feel the existence of our companions. However, we can only do so after the other party leaves the sword body. Master, you have to be quick. She's about to look at you. Master, don't worry. Others can't see me. Little Black has a unique technique that can cover up all the sword spirit's aura. With his help, it'll be fine." Su Ligua clearly knew what Wang Lin was thinking and immediately said. Wang Lin frowned. He patted the storage bag with his right hand and opened a gap. Su Ligua immediately flew out. His appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Like an invisible wisp of smoke, he went straight to the top of the palace. "Hee, little beauty, your grandpa, Su. Brother Su is here. Damn it. How many years has it been? I haven't tasted meat except for that great beauty back then. That great beauty was ruined by a fiend. Now, I'm determined to not let go of this little beauty." Su Ligua smiled and quickly pounced on the sword spirit girl in the palace. The girl was looking for the hateful food on the palace when she suddenly froze. She stared blankly at Su Ligua, who was flying towards her with his claws and fangs bared. She was stunned. Seeing the little beauty's surprise, Su Ligua became even more pleased and pounced on her. The girl glared at him and kicked. An invisible sword chi immediately flew out and went straight for Su Ligua. Su Ligua chuckled and said, "We're both sword spirits. Why are you so affectionate?" As he spoke, his body scattered and was penetrated by the sword chi. However, he returned to his original state in an instant and pounced on her again like a wolf. The girl glared at Su Ligua fiercely. She had no time to look for food and immediately flew away. Su Ligua chased after her with a smile. The two sword spirits quickly disappeared from the palace. "Little beauty, just given a big brother. Big brother guarantees that you'll have a good life in the future. You'll be free and unfettered from now on. Don't judge me by my ugly appearance. I also have a little brother. His name is Blackie." The only response he got was a streak of sword chi. "Oh, little beauty, you have quite a temper. It's fine. Your big brother Su likes unreasonable girls. My master once said that the more unreasonable a girl is, the more slim she will be." Another sword chi whizzed over. This time, in addition to the sword chi, there was also an angry shout. "Your master isn't a good person either. Get lost. Hey, how dare you scold my master? Little Black, did you hear that? I didn't ask you to attack because of my personal feelings, but because I wanted to correct her impression of my master. I had no choice but to ask you to attack. Catch her. I want to have a good talk with her." His reply was a series of sword chi. As the sword chi whistled, Su Ligua's laughter could be heard. They were both sword spirits. Originally, Su Ligua was no match for the girl, but he had Little Black's help. In this way, they were in a balance, and no one could do anything to the other. In addition, Su Ligua's current excited state increased his imposing manner, allowing him to display a lot more power. Before I was harmed by that malefic star and turned into a demon, I was also a tyrant. It's been a long time since I've experienced that kind of good life. Today, I've finally found that feeling again. Beauty, don't run. However, Su Ligua's laughter suddenly stopped. His angry roar came from afar. Shameless. You actually returned to the sword body. Just you wait. Su Ligua, will come again. Inside the sword pavilion, the snake-shaped Empress sword angrily destroyed everything. It wanted to rush out and kill that shameless person many times, but in the end, it held back. This shameless sword spirit is even more hateful than that food. Chapter 585. A day passed quickly. After Wang Lin, there were 6 more matches, and 3 people won. Two of the matches were decided in one match because the demon generals did not have any helpers. Su Ligua returned to Wang Lin's storage bag very early. It was unknown if the sword spirit girl was afraid of Su Ligua's harassment, but she did not come out after returning to the sword body. The first day of the demon general matches ended. As night fell, all the demon generals walked out of the Sky Demon sect and returned to their respective residences. The first round would take 7 to 10 days to end. Fortunately, the winner did not have to come again, so Wang Lin had short break. Wang Lin really didn't want to watch the battle between the demon generals and the battle between the cultivators. He didn't think about it, so he spent every day drinking wine and listening to the zither. He was very carefree. Compared to Wang Lin, Emoli Hai's state of mind was slightly worse. He went to Yinjing to watch the matches every day and recorded the matches that he felt were a threat to Wang Lin. When he returned at night, he would give it to Wang Lin. All his hope for now placed on Wang Lin. Over the past few days, Wang Lin's body and mind were immersed in the zither music, using it to touch upon his own Tao. He had been listening to the zither music for some time, but from beginning to end, he was just a passerby, savoring the 5 flavors in the zither music. As for Su Ligua, ever since he saw the sword spirit girl, he kept talking to Wang Lin. He wanted Wang Lin to let him out so that he could meet the little beauty. On this day, before the boat arrived, Wang Lin lay on the river with an alcohol flask in his hand. He looked at the white clouds in the sky. The white clouds seemed to change in his eyes. People often describe clouds as illusory, but the clouds are like the zither music. They are not illusory, but the heart is ethereal. If the heart is unmoved, the clouds will stop. If the heart is unmoved, the zither will disappear. As Wang Lin drank the wine, his eyes were filled with confusion. Ascendant, ascendant. How do I reach the requirements of ascendant? Nascent soul cultivators reach the soul formation stage by comprehending their domain. Soul formation cultivators reach the soul formation stage by comprehending their domain. However, it is still not enough to reach the ascendant stage. My domain has already entered my body. Even my Tao heart has been perfected since one heir fell asleep. But I'm still one step away. Just what exactly is this step? Everyone comprehends different concepts, and from there, they are separated into different Taos. It is impossible to ask others about their Taos, and even if you do know, not only will it not bring you any benefits, it will even become a hindrance. The only way to walk the path of Tao is to cultivate and comprehend alone. The confusion in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. Just at this moment, Su Ligua's hysterical voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Master, let me out. That little beauty hasn't seen me in a long time and must miss me. Master, can you bear to break up a heaven-sent marriage between us? Master, let me out." Wang Lin frowned. This Su Ligua had been falling and shouting all day. A few days ago, Wang Lin had cut off his connection with him. After a few days of peace, Wang Lin didn't expect Su Ligua to break free and shout again. "Wang Lin, you separated me from the big beauty, and now you want to separate me from the little beauty. What are your intentions? You must be jealous. No, you're just jealous that I, Su Ligua, have all these encounters." Su Ligua's voice was filled with anger, but also pride. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Although this Su Ligua was loyal, the premise was that Wang Lin was several times stronger than him. Even if he changed masters, the new masters would be weaker than Wang Lin, or they couldn't be too much stronger. Otherwise, this Su Ligua's loyalty would immediately disappear. The giant demon clan ancestor was an example. If it was someone else, such as Tian Yunzi, Ling Tianho, or the blood ancestor, this Su Ligua would have immediately sold Wang Lin's head and feet the moment he was caught. In addition to this weakness, this devil had another problem. Once he met a woman, he would become a different person. He originally thought he had trained himself to be good, but now it seemed like he was still the same. However, this Su Ligua was naturally timid. If he didn't have enough capital, he wouldn't talk to Wang Lin like this. It seemed like ever since Suzaka left, Su Ligua had been hiding a lot of things. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. Su Ligua didn't notice Wang Lin's state of mind at all and continued to chatter. Wang Lin, when that big beauty was captured by you, I thought you had some use for me. In the end, my poor big beauty became a tool for you and that little slut Lu Mei. You, Wang Lin calmly said, have you said enough? Enough? If it's not enough, then let me out and let me find the little beauty. That's more than enough. Su Ligua's voice was a bit weak. He vaguely felt that one of his words had stimulated this fiend, but when he thought about the spell he had learned from Yin Lizi, he immediately regained his confidence. He was about to continue speaking when Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword flew out. Su Ligua let out a cheer and immediately came out from the celestial sword. Dense, black gas formed a black mist that turned into Su Ligua's appearance. He let out a few silver laughs and was about to head toward Beijing. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. His right hand reached out, and the celestial sword appeared in his grasp. As soon as he touched it, the sword immediately trembled. Su Ligua was startled and immediately screamed, Wang Lin, what are you doing? Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua. This gaze was like a kettle of ice water pouring over Su Ligua's head. He instantly woke up from his lust. Wang Lin's gaze immediately made Su Ligua recall the time when he was turned into a devil by Wang Lin. Everything that had happened in the past few hundred years flashed through his mind. This is a fiend. He can do anything. Back then, he killed the entire Tang family and killed countless people on Shizuku. Su Ligua trembled. Master. Su Ligua quickly revealed a fawning expression. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua. The more he acted like this, the more afraid Su Ligua became. Scenes of Wang Lin killing in the past appeared in his mind. I gave you the body of a devil, let you become a sword spirit, and even gave you a celestial sword to protect you. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but when Su Ligua heard it, he secretly complained. Now, I want to take it back. Wang Lin's left hand touched the celestial sword. Su Ligua let out a miserable groan, and his body trembled. In an instant, Wang Lin cut off the connection between him and the celestial sword. Su Ligua's body turned into black fog. The moment Wang Lin cut off his connection with the celestial sword, he felt a killing intent that had disappeared for hundreds of years. Damn, this is really killing intent. This fiend really wants to kill me. Su Ligua let out a scream and was about to escape. Ever since he helped Wang Lin in the battle against the giant demon clan ancestor, he hadn't felt this killing intent that had accompanied him for most of his life. A tiger will always be a tiger. No matter how docile it becomes, it will never become a cat. Su Ligua bitterly smiled in his heart. He remembered this saying from his hometown a long time ago. Just as Su Ligua was about to escape, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. In an instant, restrictions appeared around Su Ligua. Su Ligua let out a scream, and his body immediately turned into the shape of a sword. Dense sword energy broke through Wang Lin's restrictions and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. This Su Ligua really was hiding a lot of things. For example, turning into the shape of a sword was something that Su Ligua definitely couldn't do on the Shizuku. At this moment, popping sounds came from inside his bag of holding. It was obvious that something was madly smashing into it. Wang Lin's right hand slapped the bag of holding, and he immediately added some more restrictions to it. After doing all of this, he coldly looked in the direction Su Ligua escaped and shouted, "Come back here." As his voice echoed, the restriction he placed on Su Ligua's body immediately erupted. Su Ligua's howl echoed from the distance, but it didn't take long for the howl to disappear. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. Just as I expected. If this devil Su Ligua wasn't confident that he could resist the restriction I placed on him, he wouldn't have been so disobedient. Wang Lin took a step forward and crossed hundreds of meters with one step. Although he didn't know how Su Ligua had resisted the restriction in his mind, he couldn't cut off his connection with Wang Lin. Through this, Wang Lin could catch him. Su Ligua fled madly. He was originally a soul body, and now that he had become a sword spirit, his speed was several times faster than before. At this moment, his heart was filled with terror, and he unleashed all of his power. He was like a specter, fleeing for his life. "Fiend, I've done so much for you. You want to kill me just like that? I just like a little beauty. I just have a little secret. I just want to find a chance to take the celestial sword and little black far away." Suligwa sighed. He now knew why the fiend wanted to kill him. Ever since he came into contact with the little black knife, the two of them had been communicating day in and day out. He had learned many of the sword spirit's spells, and with the little black knife's help, the two sword spirits had done everything they could to finally loosen the restriction that Wang Lin had placed on his body. Suligwa was a coward, so he had been very careful. He had only loosened the restriction when Wang Lin was fighting with the others, so he hadn't been discovered by Wang Lin. Originally, he had been very proud of himself, but now he had underestimated Wang Lin's suspicions and schemes. Sigh, if I had known this would happen. Suligwa shook his head and fled quickly. He was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to escape from the Sky Demon City. When he left the city, he looked back in the direction of Yin Jing with a trace of sadness in his eyes. "Goodbye, my beloved little beauty. If I come back one day, I'll come and find you again." Even now, this guy was still thinking about his little beauty and had forgotten about his little brother, the Black Knife. His eyes were filled with sadness. Suligwa turned around and was about to continue, but he suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly, but he immediately put on a flattering expression and said, "Mas, Master, you're so fast. It seems like your cultivation has improved a lot recently. You're indeed worthy of being my master." Wang Lin appeared 10 feet away from Suligwa with a cold expression. Wang Lin slowly said, "How dare you?" Suligwa's body trembled, and he immediately knelt on the ground. He hammered his chest and begged for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Just as he got to this point, the restriction on Wang Lin's bag of holding suddenly collapsed, and a ray of black light flew out. It flew out on its own without Wang Lin's permission. This black light flashed and charged at Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. If Wang Lin was still at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this black light at such a distance. Even now that he was at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, it wouldn't be easy for him to dodge it. But at this moment, Wang Lin didn't even look at the black light. This time, he wanted to completely subdue this black scimitar. The life imprint on his body instantly spread out, and the black light collided with it. There was a metallic echo, and the black scimitar was suddenly bounced back. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the black scimitar with 2 fingers, but the black scimitar avoided Wang Lin's fingers. Then it drew an arc and charged forward at an extremely fast speed. This time, its target was between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Dang! There was a metallic echo again, and the black scimitar was bounced back. This time, it seemed to be extremely angry. It frantically retreated and was about to attack again. However, just as it was about to attack, it turned around and flew towards Suligwa, wanted to take him away. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the second time he was fighting this scimitar. With the help of the life imprint, it was a lot easier than the first time. At this moment, the half-moon blade flew towards Suligwa. Wang Lin took a step forward, and celestial spiritual energy spread out from his feet. The restriction inside Suligwa's body reacted to the celestial spiritual energy and stopped for a moment. Suligwa's eyes were filled with determination, as if he had truly turned over a new leaf. However, in his heart, he was constantly cursing Wang Lin, but unfortunately, it was of no real use. At the same time, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and restrictions appeared in his hands. They floated in the air, forming an incomplete set of restrictions. This set of restrictions was missing one, and it was in Suligwa's mind. Although Wang Lin's technique from back then was combined with his heart's blood, it was still a lot worse than now. Now that all the restrictions were formed, Suligwa's body involuntarily flew toward the restriction. The scimitar was very anxious and wanted to stop him, but Wang Lin arrived in front of it. The scimitar had to dodge, so it was delayed. Suligwa watched as the restriction entered his body. His body trembled, and then he put on a flattering expression. "Master, Now that I have a restriction, please forgive me. I really won't dare to do it again." Wang Lin ignored Su Ligua and grabbed the scimitar. The scimitar wanted to dodge, but Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He shouted, "Slaughter energy!" At that moment, strands of gray gas rushed out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. 3 strands of gray gas rushed out in the blink of an eye and surrounded the scimitar. The scimitar was too fast. It took advantage of the moment it was surrounded to escape. However, the moment it escaped, Wang Lin's finger appeared in front of it and flicked it. The scimitar was immediately bounced back. "Condense," Wang Lin said in a deep voice. The more than 3,000 strands of slaughter energy quickly condensed into a spherical shape. Banging sounds came from within, but the scimitar couldn't escape no matter how hard it tried. Wang Lin no longer looked at the scimitar. His cold gaze fell on Su Ligua. Su Ligua's body trembled, and he said with a silly smile, "Master, what are your orders? Do you want me to persuade Little Black so that he will be obedient in the future? Do you know why I didn't let you go find the sword spirit?" Wang Lin looked at Su Ligua and said. Su Ligua quickly nodded and said, "I know, I understand." Although he said that, he thought in his heart, "You clearly want to separate me from the little beauty. I think it's because you like the little beauty. Sigh. It's a pity that I, Su Ligua, am a romantic and elegant man, but I have the hatred of stealing my wife at such a young age. There are many strong people in Sky Demon City. Do you really think no one can discover you? Once you are discovered, you will be captured and your mind will be refined to become a sword spirit with your strength." Su Ligua, do you still not understand? Wang Lin's voice was like a giant bell that echoed in Su Ligua's heart. He was startled and immediately said, I shouldn't be discovered, right? I shouldn't be discovered." His heart was pounding, but after hearing Wang Lin's words, he believed 80% of what Wang Lin said. If they were really caught, would they be as curious as the giant demon clan ancestor? However, if I am captured by the little beauty's master, it should be a good thing. This way, I could get intimate with the little beauty. Su Ligua thought in his heart, but he didn't dare say this to Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua as if he had seen through his inner thoughts. Su Ligua felt guilty and didn't avoid Wang Lin's gaze. Instead, he stared at Wang Lin and thought, "Hold on. If I can hold on, it will be victory. The more guilty I am, the more I have to hold on." Wang Lin slowly said, "You learned a lot from the black curved blade spirit." Su Ligua blinked his eyes. Without any hesitation, he told her all the sword spirit techniques he had learned, including his ability to conceal his aura, his ability to fuse with the immortal sword, and his ability to increase the power of the immortal sword by a lot when he used his full strength. As he spoke, he secretly observed Wang Lin's expression. He was very careful. He hadn't experienced this in hundreds of years, but now that he thought about it again, he didn't feel the slightest bit unfamiliar. After listening to Su Ligua, Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the small ball of slaughter energy. There were no more popping sounds. The moment Wang Lin's right hand touched the small ball, the slaughter energy returned to his body through his palm. When there were only a few hundred strands of slaughter energy left, a sharp blade energy suddenly shot out. However, because of the slaughter energy, it couldn't help but slow down a bit. Wang Lin was prepared. He pinched the blade energy with 2 fingers, and the blade energy immediately collapsed. The black, curved blade struggled violently between his fingers. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a strand of primordial spirit energy that landed on the curved blade. His eyes flickered with electricity. He didn't have time to refine it for a long time, so he used a forceful method. He didn't hesitate to damage his spirit body to brand his primordial spirit onto the curved blade. After doing all this, he flicked his right hand, and the curved blade flew out, letting out an unwilling cry in the air. Wang Lin took out the celestial sword and threw it at Su Ligua. Su Ligua revealed a happy expression and let out a sigh of relief. He quickly entered the sword and fused with it. The blade and sword flew through the air. Perhaps it saw that Su Ligua was no longer in danger, but the curved blade hesitated for a bit. Although it didn't like Wang Lin, it followed beside Su Ligua. To be more precise, this scimitar was following Su Ligua. Su Ligua was inside the celestial sword. He looked at the black curved blade next to him and thought proudly, "Even the fiend couldn't completely subdue Little Black, but I can make him my little brother with a flick of my finger. It seems like my charm is much stronger than the fiend." As he thought of this, he suddenly felt very comfortable. He thought to himself, "No matter how strong the fiend is, you can't compare to me when it comes to this. Also, I can be flexible. He can't compare to me when it comes to this. Also, I'm fated with beauties. Both the big and small beauties are mine. He can't compare to me when it comes to this." Looking at it this way, other than having a higher cultivation level, this fiend can't compare to me in any way. Sigh, an outstanding devil like me is really rare in this world. It's so lonely. Su Ligua felt very comfortable. He felt completely balanced, and he even felt a sense of superiority. When he looked at Wang Lin, there was a trace of pity and pride in the eyes of the spirit body inside the celestial sword. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and Su Ligua flew out with the celestial sword and the curved blade. The moment Su Ligua entered the bag of holding, he suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of Yanjing. He sighed in his heart, "Little beauty, your big brother Su is back. I'm not leaving. If I don't take you away, I won't leave Sky Demon City." In the sword pavilion in Yanjing, the snake-shaped sword trembled and turned into a girl. The girl wrinkled her nose and said fiercely, "Don't let me see that shameless sword spirit again. If I see him, even if I have to go against the Emperor's order, I'll charge out with the sword and cut him down." After putting away the sword and blade, Wang Lin returned to Hong City. Night fell, but a day had passed. Wang Lin flew toward the Mo mansion. As he was flying, he frowned and stopped. He asked, "What's the matter?" Several people walked out from the street. There were men and women, and they were all at the soul transformation stage or above. Some were even at the mid or late stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at the cultivators before him. He didn't feel any killing intent from them. Instead, he felt a powerful sense of grief and indignation. A white-robed man walked out from the crowd. He was very handsome, and he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Daoyou's name was like thunder in my ears back on planet Tianyan. A few days ago, during the battle between the demon generals, you made me admire you even more. Wang Lin glanced at the crowd and more or less guessed what they were thinking. At this moment, he also cupped his fists and said, "You flatter me." The man in white let out a sigh and said, "I'm the young sect master of the Jade Sword sect. I had no choice but to get involved in the battle between the demon generals. A few days ago, Brother Wang's performance was like a hammer to my head and woke me up. In this delicate place, the lives of us cultivators are lower than ants. Demon generals can't die, and those who kill demon generals will be buried with them. In the end, the only ones to die are us cultivators. We are being treated like entertainers by the barbarians of the demon spirit land." Wang Lin pondered and didn't speak. "This is the helper of that fiend, General AOD. The man pointed at the person beside him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. He took 2 steps forward, clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and respectfully said, "Wang Daoyu, OD's death also woke me up. Although the merit in the demon spirit land is important, if I don't have my life to enjoy it, what is the point?" The man in white let out a sigh and said, "Being entertained by the barbarians of the demon spirit land is not a choice for cultivators like us. The fellow cultivators behind me are all preparing to leave Sky Demon City. Today is to say goodbye to Wang Daoyu. Farewell." With that said, he took a deep breath and leaped into the air. He turned into a streak of light that shot into the sky. The cultivators behind him also clasped their hands at Wang Lin and left. They all turned into rays of light and disappeared over the horizon. Wang Lin quietly stood there and looked at the cultivators leaving. He was still silent. Cultivators were heaven-defying people, so they had to have pride. If they bowed their heads to power, then there would be no more defiance, and they would only be complying with fate. However, the word defiance had another meaning. The cultivators that left weren't defiants. They were avoiding fate. True defiance was not avoiding the heavens, fate, or the law of the heavens. Instead, they were going against the flow. If a cultivator doesn't have their own Tao, then they can't cultivate. Wang Lin walked into the distance. He didn't fly, but quietly walked. His shadow was very, very long under the moonlight. Cultivation, defying the heavens. Have your own Tao. Wang Lin walked very slowly, as if his street was endless. After an unknown amount of time, the Mo mansion appeared before Wang Lin. The lantern outside the Mo mansion gave off a gentle light. It was like a ray of light in the darkness. This caused Wang Lin to stop and silently look at it. Although the light from the lantern was small, it was enough to light up the Mo mansion sign. Gusts of wind blew by and the lantern swayed. Even the candlelight inside flickered. Although this was the case, the lantern continued to burn. Wang Lin quietly stood in the darkness, and his eyes revealed a hint of enlightenment. However, this enlightenment wasn't enough. He felt like he had grasped onto something, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if nothing had appeared. A shocking transformation was silently taking root in Wang Lin's body. Time slowly passed. The dark earth was slowly blown away by the rising sun from the east. In Wang Lin's eyes, the darkness retreated like the receding tide. At this moment, it was like lightning flashed across Wang Lin's mind. It was like the sound of a zither echoed in his ears, and he felt like he had an epiphany. The night is being swept away by the sun. Is this considered defiance? This defiance is the key to me reaching the ascendant stage. A vague epiphany appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This epiphany wasn't deep, but it had taken root. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He didn't return to the Mo mansion, but turned around and left. He sat beside the river like an old monk. Although there was no zither music, he could still hear the echoes of his heart echoing in his ears. The zither music is ruthless, but contains sadness in my heart. This is not defiance. It is different from what I just comprehended. But why is it that when I listen to this zither music, I feel like I can hear defiance? At noon, the warm sunlight shined down on the earth. The boat arrived, and the young man from a few days ago appeared next to the woman playing the zither. This time, his gaze fell on Wang Lin. The sound of the zither drifted by. The young man was standing next to the woman at the bow of the boat. He held a wine cup in his hand and raised it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin picked up the wine jug, touched it, and drank a mouthful. The young man shook his head and pointed at the bow of the boat. He didn't even take half a sip. Wang Lin chuckled. Although this young man's appearance was ordinary, he gave off a free and easy feeling. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then his body flickered and he landed on the bow of the boat. The woman playing the zither didn't notice that there was an extra person on the bow of the boat. She continued to play the zither music filled with sadness. The young man smiled and drank all the wine in his hand. Then he waved his hand and sat down. Wang Lin also sat down and drank the wine from the jug. He listened to the zither music closely and quietly looked at the jade-like hands of the woman playing the zither. The three people at the bow of the boat didn't say anything. After the young man invited Wang Lin onto the boat, he just smiled and didn't say anything. As for Wang Lin, he didn't have any intention of talking because the zither music was already very moving. Under this zither music, any words were just noise. The zither music continued as the boat moved along the river. Wang Lin sat there for an entire day. The young man was the same as him. When the two of them ran out of wine, there would be servants coming out of the boat to prepare more wine for them. The sky gradually darkened, and lights appeared on both sides of the river. Even on the boat, there were many bright lights. It was a very beautiful scene. When the boat returned to the side of the river where Wang Lin boarded, Wang Lin stood up and cupped his hands at the young man. Then he was about to step on the wind and leave. At this moment, the man who hadn't spoken all day suddenly said, "Brother, when you listen to the zither music, you seem to feel something?" Wang Lin's footsteps paused, and he said, "I think of an old friend." The young man drank the wine in his hand and said bitterly, "No wonder. If one's heart is free, they won't be moved by the zither music. Brother, you are the same as me. a normal person. As the two of them spoke, the body of the woman playing the zither trembled. Her zither music also trembled. The young man said, "If brother has nothing else to do, why don't the two of us drink until dawn and listen to Miss Ming Xian's zither music?" Wang Lin thought about it for a moment. He looked at the young man and nodded. "That's fine." The young man smiled and filled his cup. He said, "I have been observing brother for a long time. Although you are there, your heart is not. You're like a passerby." Wang Lin drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head. "I am just a normal person. If I am really a passerby, it is just an illusion. Aren't you the same? Your spirit is on this boat, but I don't know where your body is gone." The young man looked deeply at Wang Lin and said, "There are many boorish guests at home. It is too noisy, so this spirit flew here for some peace and quiet." "So you have a family?" Wang Lin said softly. "Brother, we don't have a family?" the young man asked. "Yes, but it is very far, very far." The valley in Suzaku appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The young man asked, "Is there anyone else in your family?" "No. What about you?" Wang Lin picked up the wine pot and took a sip. "I have a niece, but she is too naughty. Recently, she has been pestered by a bad guest." The young man laughed. The two of them chatted for a while and then stopped talking. They sat quietly at the bow of the boat, enjoying the moonlight, listening to the zither music, and drinking good wine. Late at night, a sliver of white light appeared in the sky and gradually lit up the land. Ming Xian had already left to rest, but the two men on the bow didn't move at all. Although the zither music had stopped, the music in their ears hadn't stopped. Wang Lin picked up the wine pot and cupped his hands at the young man. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the morning mist. The first round of the demon general battles in Beijing had already ended. Out of the hundreds of demon generals, only 48 were victorious. The rest were either defeated or disqualified. In this first round of battles that lasted for several days, aside from AOD, no one was seriously injured. However, there were many casualties among the cultivators. After all, this was a battle between cultivators. This was especially so for the people from the Delu sword sect. Although they stopped when facing the demon generals, they were extremely ruthless when facing cultivators of the same level. It was as if they wanted to use this opportunity to show off their strength. The morning sunlight swept across the 10,000 zhang square. There were more people on the three sides of the elevated stands than before. After all, the upcoming battle was the real battle between the demon generals. Apart from a few lucky ones, the rest of the people who were able to stay were not nobodies. The 48 demon generals walked through the heavenly demon gate. A dense battle intent seemed to turn into ancient ferocious beasts that rushed out the moment the heavenly demon gate opened. The golden armored man at the center of the square had an indifferent expression as his gaze swept past the people that entered. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a cold snort. In his view, a mere cultivator dared to seriously injure a demon general in his demon spirit land. This was enough for him to kill this person tens or hundreds of times. The golden armored man was very dissatisfied with Wang Lin, and killing intent appeared in his heart. In my demon spirit land, these so-called cultivators are just a bunch of bandits. Their purpose here is nothing more than to obtain the inheritance of the G-demon. If these people die, then they die. However, if they dare to injure a demon general, then it is a great sin. Wang Lin coldly looked at the golden armored man. He cultivated the celestial slaughter art, so he was very sensitive to killing intent. After all the demon generals and helpers walked out of the sky demon gate, the gate closed with a rumble. The golden armored man pointed at the giant demon drum and coldly said, "According to the emperor's order, there will be a change in the second round. It won't be a battle, but a battle drum." As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the demon generals changed, but their eyes immediately shined brightly. Even Mo Lihai's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a monstrous light. Battle demon drum. This is a sacred object in my sky demon country, second only to the Dragon Lake. Only when the vice commander-in-chief is promoted to commander-in-chief will they be given the right to sound the drum. Normally, there would be no change in the demon general battles, so why is it like this today? It looks like the matter of choosing two vice commander-in-chiefs is not groundless. Rumor has it that every commander-in-chief in my Sky Demon country will sound the drum when they take the position, but it is very difficult to sound it. Until now, only the Heaven Commander-in-Chief has been able to sound it 15 times. The sound of discussion had never been this loud before. Even when Wang Lin heavily injured AOD, the sound of discussion was much weaker than now. The golden-armored man let out a snort that echoed across the square like thunder. Although he didn't understand the Emperor's order, he still coldly said, "This drum was left behind by the first Emperor of my Sky Demon country. Rumor has it that it is made from the skin of an ancient demon. Those who don't have enough blood energy will collapse before they can sound it. If they can sound it 3 times, they are strong, and if they sound it 6 times, they are geniuses. With your strength, there aren't many who can sound it more than 3 times. This round will determine the top 10. Santong, I'm asking for monthly votes. If you cast enough votes, you will have more motivation, and the number of times you can explode will increase. If 3 monthly votes isn't enough, then how can you have enough motivation? Don't you all think this makes sense?" Chapter 588. The rules of this round allow the demon generals and their helpers to overlap. After saying this, the golden-armored man did not wait for the surrounding spectators to start discussing again. He pointed his right hand at one of the demon generals and shouted, "Demon General Yu Sun, step forward." A person walked out from the demon generals. His gaze was cold, and his armor produced a crisp sound as he walked. With a single step, he arrived before the demon drum. He stared at the demon drum, and his eyes suddenly lit up, igniting the intense battle intent in his heart. He didn't act immediately. Instead, he quietly stood under the drum, circulating the demonic energy in his body, adjusting his internal energy to reach the optimal state. Yusun didn't have any confidence in beating this drum. After all, this drum was a holy object to him. The golden-armored man glanced at Yusun and thought, with Yusun's cultivation, he can strike it 4 times. If he forcefully strikes it a 5th time, his vitality will definitely collapse. He only took a glance before closing his eyes. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yusun at that moment. Yusun's expression remained the same as he adjusted his breathing the entire time. In order to prevent the outside world from disturbing him, he closed his eyes and ignored everything that was happening around him. Gradually, a thick demon chi began to radiate from his body. The demon chi rose into the air, and clouds constantly surged within it. The spectator stands on the surrounding duggo were filled with murmurs of discussion, one after another. The Tao of Slaughter is extremely difficult to cultivate. Yusun has cultivated it for many years, so he'll probably shock the world with his first match. Otherwise, the demon drum is refined from the skin of a lucky demon. Even if Yusun strikes it for a while, he'll definitely be injured by the rebound. The 8 demon commanders on the viewing platforms also looked at Yusun with interest. However, they did not discuss with each other like normal people. Instead, they could guess what was going on with a single glance. Although the 6 vice commander-in-chief didn't have the commander-in-chief's insight, their cultivation levels were high, so they were able to guess what was going on. Only the Xian vice commander-in-chief wasn't looking at Yusun, but at Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, I wonder how many times you can strike it." As he was pondering, Deputy Commander Huang beside him chuckled and said, "Xian Deputy Commander, I'm afraid the old man is going to win our bet. The cultivator you chose can only go up himself. In that case, he will definitely lose." The Xian Vice Commander snorted coldly. "Just wait and see. This person is definitely not as simple as you think." As the two of them conversed, Yusun's eyes suddenly went wide. It was as if he had been possessed by a god of war. His eyes shone with a brilliant light, like that of a bright moon. A low roar, like that of a tiger or a dragon, came from Yusun's mouth. Both of his feet stepped on the ground, and his entire body was like an unsheathed sword, drawing a short arc in midair, blindly charging towards the demon drum. As he hovered in midair, 2 of his fingers formed a sword, and in that instant his entire person was completely focused on his 2 fingers, which then shot out madly toward the demon drum. The pitch-black surface of the demon drum was slightly concave, but the extent was very small. The moment it caved in, it quickly bounced back. Dong! The deep sound of the drum echoed through the sky, spread across the square, and spread throughout the entire Yanjing, affecting a small portion of Sky Demon City. The moment the drum rang out, Yu Sun immediately felt an unimaginable power surge out from the demon drum, rushing through his body like a hot knife through butter. Yu Sen's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took a step forward. His 2 fingers didn't hesitate to point at the demon drum again. Dee-dong! The sound of the drum was like a thunderclap. As Yu Sun roared, the demonic energy around his body suddenly turned into many demonic faces. These faces all revealed painful expressions, and they immediately disappeared after appearing within the demonic energy. The cycle repeated. Every time a face disappeared, a new face immediately appeared. Soul-devouring slaughter. First move. Yu Sen's voice sounded like it came from hell. The moment his voice fell, the endless painful faces seemed to have found an exit from a difficult situation, and they crazily rushed toward Yu Sen's right hand. His entire right hand suddenly flashed with a dazzling blue light. Yu Sen shouted. His right hand formed a palm, and he slammed it toward the demon drum. Before his palm even touched the demon drum, the wind from his palm blew out like crazy and hit the demon drum. Dong! The third sound echoed between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Using the wind from his palm to hit the demon drum, although it was a trick, it couldn't be denied that the soul-devouring slaughter was powerful. The wind from his palm swept by, and Yu Sen's right hand pressed on the demon drum. Dong! The moment the third sound echoed, the fourth sound quickly followed. The 2 drum sounds almost merged into one and turned into rolling thunder. Yu Sen quickly retracted his right hand and quickly retreated. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating more than 100 meters. He took a deep breath, and his face turned bewitchingly red. He forcefully suppressed the blood in his mouth. His right hand was trembling slightly, and he had already lost his senses. He had used up 80% of the demonic energy in his body to fuse with the first move of the soul-devouring slaughter. Fourth, Demon General Yu Sen's helpers stepped forward. The golden-armored man said calmly. Yu Sen took a deep breath and said, in a serious tone, "I don't have any helpers." The golden-armored man looked at Yu Sen before moving his gaze toward the group of demon generals to choose the next person. He first looked at Wang Lin and sneered in his heart. However, he didn't let Wang Lin step forward. Instead, he pointed at Mo Fei and shouted, "Demon General Mo Fei, step forward." As soon as the words were spoken, the chatter in the surroundings instantly died down. Everyone's gazes were locked onto a single person. This person was wearing armor and had a ferocious mask on his face. His black hair flowed in the wind as he walked out from the crowd. His pace wasn't fast, but in the eyes of the spectators, it was as if his pace was at the same rate as their heartbeats. It gave them a very strange feeling. Demon General Mo Fei, the #1 demon general 300 years ago. This person is stationed at the border all year round. Rumor has it that in the eyes of the people of the Fire Demon Country, Mo Fei's head is very valuable. This Mo Fei's cultivation method is very mysterious. Even now, he has only used the yin-yang rotation spell. I'm sure he can hit the demon drum at least 5 times. Mo Fei. The Earth Commander-in-Chief carefully looked at Mo Fei. He revealed a smile and said, "If this child can experience the Dragon Lake again, he can be considered one of the top 3 Vice Commander-in-Chiefs." Beside him sat a middle-aged man in purple. He looked very elegant and smiled. Could it be that the Earth Commander-in-Chief's love for talent has been aroused? The Earth Commander-in-Chief laughed and nodded. The Earth Commander-in-Chief smiled and said, "If this child can hit 6 times, then even if he doesn't become a Vice Commander-in-Chief, I'll still recommend him." Mo Fei calmly walked towards the demon drum. The gazes of the people in the surroundings followed after him. When he was 100 feet away from the demon drum, Mo Fei stopped and looked at the demon drum with a calm expression. He didn't waste time adjusting himself and threw a punch at the void. Dong! The sound of the drum echoed. It was deep and muffled like thunder. The armor on Mo Fei's body seemed to be blown by a gale as it emitted intense cracking sounds. His hair also fluttered in the wind. However, Mo Fei's body seemed to be nailed to the ground. He didn't move at all. Even his expression didn't change at all. So it wasn't that difficult. This person chuckled. He took a step forward and waved his right hand. Dong! Mo Fei didn't stop. He took another step forward, formed a fist, and punched the air. Dong! The drum beat 3 times in a row. It was like a roar from ancient times that echoed through the sky above Sky Demon City. Some of the spectators didn't have enough demonic energy, so they suffered internal injuries from the impact. After the third sound, Mo Fei's body trembled. He could feel a torrential aura gushing out from the demonic chi towards him. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body seemed to have grown from the ground, like a boulder in the midst of the waves, unmoving. The armor on his body shook violently, but in the end, it was stabilized by this person's demonic energy. Behind a mask, Mo Fei's eyes glowed as he revealed a serious expression. He muttered to himself, "Interesting." He took a step forward and swung his right fist at the same time. Dong! After throwing out a punch, he didn't stop and threw out another punch. Dong! Mo Fei continued to walk forward and quickly closed the distance between him and the demon drum. Every time he took a step forward, he would throw out a punch. When a 6th beat was heard, the surrounding people began to cheer loudly. Even the demon commanders, aside from the heaven commanders, had looks of admiration in their eyes. Mo Fei! Mo Fei! Mo Fei! Cheers echoed from the spectator stands. Those who could beat the drum 6 times were all geniuses, especially since this person wasn't injured and had calmly beaten the drum 6 times. This alone far surpassed all the other demon commanders. Even the golden armored man nodded his head. His eyes were filled with admiration. 6 beats is enough to stop me. Mo Fei's eyes lit up. He jumped in the air and threw out a punch at the demon drum. Dong! The 7th beat echoed. This 7th voice was completely different from the previous 6 voices. There was a hint of killing intent in it. Mo Fei's usually calm expression suddenly changed at this moment. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. As he retreated, the armor on his body shattered into dust with popping sounds. Mo Fei's face was slightly pale. He stopped moving, let out a roar, and charged out once more. This time, his hands formed a seal, and rays of white light danced in his hands. They turned into mirror-like crystals that circled around him. He flicked his finger, and another dong sound came from the demon drum. This was the 8th beat. The rebound force was even more violent than before. All the crystals in front of Mo Fei were instantly destroyed by this impact, but also weakened the impact force by more than half. Even so, when it landed on Mo Fei's body, it still caused his body to tremble, and he only stopped after being pushed back 100 meters. The mask on his face was completely shattered, revealing his handsome face. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Mo Fei's face. His eyes revealed a strange light. His appearance. Wang Lin immediately recognized that this person's appearance was exactly the same as the black-haired man from the Hong Lao region. At this moment, Mo Fei's body trembled, and he forcefully swallowed the blood that was coming out of his mouth. He took a deep breath and walked toward the crowd of demon generals. At this moment, the entire square was filled with loud cheers. The cheers were so loud that they covered everything. Could he be the number 1 demon general? He was able to ring the drum 8 times. Aside from the commander-in-chiefs, Mo Fei is the number 1. This time, Mo Fei will definitely become the vice commander-in-chief. This person has a lot of military merit. Once he becomes the vice commander-in-chief, he will be able to add even more merit to our Sky Demon country. Of the 8 commander-in-chiefs on the stage, aside from the Sky Commander-in-Chief, who is still calm, the other 7 all had admiration in their eyes. This child was able to ring the drum 8 times. He is a genius among geniuses. Good, not bad. and from my observation, it looks like this child hasn't used his full strength yet. Otherwise, he might have been able to ring the drum 9 times. At such a young age, he already has such a calm mind. Very rare. The Vice Commander-in-Chiefs were also talking to each other. Among them, Vice Commander-in-Chief Huang laughed at the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief and said, "Brother, are you still not going to admit defeat this time?" The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief snorted and firmly said, "This Mo Fei is very strong, very strong. When I was his age, I wasn't as strong as him." It can even be said that after going through the baptism of the Dragon Lake, his strength will become even stronger. However, compared to the person I chose, Mo Fei is still not enough. Vice Commander-in-Chief Huang originally didn't care too much about this bet, but after seeing the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief praise that person many times, it wasn't just praise anymore. Vice Commander-in-Chief Huang had a feeling that the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief's tone was filled with fear. He couldn't help but be very surprised. Vice Commander-in-Chief Huang faintly smiled and said, "Good. Then I want to see how many times this person can ring the drum." The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief silently pondered. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and thought, Mo Fei is only strong, but this Wang Lin is terrifying. Can the difference between strong and terrifying be compared? The golden armored man looked at Mo Fei return to the demon generals with admiration in his eyes. For the first time, he smiled and said, "Demon General Mo Fei's helper, step out." A green-robed cultivator walked out from the crowd. He had a great sword strapped to his back, and as he stood there, he looked just like a sword. The moment he stepped out, his body flickered, and he turned into a wisp of green smoke that shot toward the demon drum. The moment he closed in on the demon drum, the cultivator's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the void. As the sound of the drum echoed, the cultivator's hand formed a palm, and a complicated murmur came from his mouth. He gently pushed his palm forward, and the sound of the drum echoed. The violent sound caused the cultivator's face to turn slightly pale. He didn't retreat, but he pulled out the sword on his back and swung it down. There was a series of whistling sounds as the sword energy from the sword broke through all the sound of the drum and landed on the drum. The sound of the drum echoed once more. After the third sound, the cultivator's face became extremely pale. Waves of impact bounced back from the drum. Every sound of the drum caused the cultivator to suffer a backlash several times stronger. The cultivator bitterly smiled and retreated without hesitation. He no longer tried. With my cultivation level, 3 sounds are easy. If I go all out, 4 sounds are possible, but 5 sounds will definitely cause me to be seriously injured. Mo Fei's victory is already set, so it is not worth it to be seriously injured by him. The cultivator in green pondered for a bit before returning to the crowd. 10 sounds. Mo Fei and his helper had sounded the drum a total of 11 times. This result caused the expressions of the demon generals to become gloomy. In order to surpass Mo Fei, the demon general and his helper had to both sound the drum 6 times. However, this was an impossible feat after all. Among all the demon generals, there was only one Mo Fei. Even Mo Lihai's face was pale. He bitterly looked at the demon drum and then at the gloomy Wang Lin. He let out a sigh and whispered, "Brother Wang, forget it. We have lost the second round." There was one more person among the demon generals. This person was Shi Shao. His expression was dark as he stared at the demon drum and said, "Chun Tao, how many times can you sound it?" Beside him, Chun Tao was silent for a while before he slowly said, "As for the exact number, I can't say for sure. But now, even if I take a pill, I can only sound it 7 times. But now, even if he consumed the pill, he could only ring it 7 times. It was impossible for him to ring it more than Mo Fei. Mo Fei is indeed very strong. If he was in our cultivation world, he would be the number 1 cultivator below the ascendant stage. I think even if someone in the ascendant stage isn't at the mid-stage of the ascendant stage, this person can still fight." Shi Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He turned around and looked at Mo Fei, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed. He let out a cold snort. Aside from them, there were a few other demon generals who were secretly wondering how many times they could sound the drum to see if they had a chance of entering the top 10. The golden-armored man coldly looked at the crowd with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He pointed at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You, step forward." Wang Lin calmly walked out and arrived at the square. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the golden-armored man and calmly said, "My name is not you. My name is Wang Lin." The golden-armored man didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes and said, "Wang Lin, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Wang Lin said, "Speak. I bet you can't sound it 5 times. If you win, I will personally recommend you to the Demon Emperor. I guarantee you that you can become a demon general. But if you lose, you'll have to take responsibility for injuring a demon general. If you don't dare to make the bet, then scram. Don't participate in the battle and scram out of Sky Demon City. You are not welcome here." After the golden-armored man finished speaking, the crowd began to talk again. He can sound it 4 times as well. Although this outsider easily killed AOD, sounding the demonic drum is the most challenging. I think it would be pretty good if this person could sound it 3 times. If it was AOD, I think he would only be able to sound it once. AOD's cultivation is only considered average among the demon generals. Sure Xiao, Mo Fei, Yu Sun, or Xiao can easily defeat him. It is nothing for this Wang Lin to defeat AOD. Chief Steward Jean is rather interesting. He actually made a bet with this outsider. Interesting. Deputy Commander Huang, who was in the spectator stands, smiled and said, "Xin Deputy Commander, the person you chose is not very good." The Xin Deputy Commander looked at Wang Lin and snorted. Chief Steward Jean will be shocked. Wang Lin looked at the golden-armored man calmly and revealed a faint smile. However, when the Xin Deputy Commander saw this smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This person also smiled like this when he attacked. The Xin Deputy Commander gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I don't need you to recommend me to the Fiend Emperor." Wang Lin smiled faintly. The golden-armored man revealed a look of disdain and said, "You don't dare to bet anymore. I want one of your hands." Wang Lin's voice was like the cold wind from the depths of hell. These words startled everyone. Just at this moment, Wang Lin took a step forward and walked toward the demon drum. Killing intent flashed in the golden-armored man's eyes as he smiled coldly. "You want one of my hands? If you can sound it more than 5 times, I will give you 1 hand. If you can sound it 10 times, so what if you have 2 hands?" This Wang Lin is too arrogant. He probably overestimates himself. How can it be so simple to sound the demon drum? Once this person knows about the rebound of the demon drum, he will understand how ridiculous his anchors are. What a pity for Mo Lehigh. I'm afraid that in the next 300 years, he will lose face because of this person. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as usual. He walked toward the demon drum. His steps were extremely calm, and in a few steps, he arrived before the demon drum. He wasn't like others who would sound the demon drum from afar to reduce the rebound. When he arrived before the demon drum, Wang Lin's feet left his body and he floated in the air. He looked at the pitch-black demon drum before him. At such a close distance, he could even smell a faint, fishy smell. The surface of the demon drum was not as smooth as a mirror. On it, there were many tiny potholes and tiny veins, just like the skin of a beast. Ancient Fey skin. Wang Lin stretched out his right hand and touched the demon drum. The moment he touched it, traces of rebound force flowed through his palm into his body. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, his entire body was covered with life seals. More than 3,000 life seals were like 3 layers of protection, completely covering him. "I bet I can't surpass 5 hits." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a wine jug immediately appeared in his hand. The jug was filled with wine. Wang Lin held the jug in his left hand and took a big gulp. He smiled and said, "Golden-armored demon, watch carefully." Wang Lin's right hand clenched into a fist, and he punched the demon drum. Dong! The sound of the demon drum echoed, forming rolling thunder that swept across the sky. Wang Lin's body didn't move at all. His right fist was 3 inches away from the demon drum. At this moment, Wang Lin's right fist smashed down. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Dong, 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 for consecutive hits. These 4 hits seemed to ring out at the same time, catching up to the first hit. They soundlessly fused into one and formed a storm of sound. With the demon drum as the center, the storm spread out in all directions. The ground of the demon drum cracked inch by inch. It was as if there was a ring-shaped dragon rolling around. In the sky, the thunderous sound of the demon drum became even more intense. Countless people in the spectator stands coughed out blood. They had actually suffered serious internal injuries from the 5 combined sounds of the demon drum. There were even a few people who fainted from the vibrations. Aside from the Sky Commander-in-Chief, the 8 demon marshals all stood up from their seats. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The golden-armored man's expression also changed greatly. Normally, 5 thunderous sounds wouldn't have shocked these people. What really shocked them was that after 5 consecutive hits, Wang Lin's body didn't move at all. This is impossible. Deputy Huang, who was beside the Xin deputy marshal, exclaimed, "This chapter is a bit lacking. Please forgive me." Chapter 590. What's impossible? As long as it's Wang Lin, nothing is impossible, the Xian deputy commander thought to himself. The Xian vice commander-in-chief thought in his heart and let out a sigh. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too arrogant and misjudged Wang Lin like everyone else, he wouldn't still be injured. Apart from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, the other 7 Commander-in-Chief all stood up. Their gazes were like lightning with a hint of doubt as they stared at Wang Lin like sharp swords. Disbelief filled their hearts. The deputy commanders below them were also dumbfounded as they stared at Wang Lin. Their hearts were in turmoil. It had to be said that among everyone present, there were those who had sounded the drum 5 times. However, even if they had the ability to sound the drum 5 times in a row, the rebound from the combination of the 5 drum beats could be described as earth-shattering. This kind of violent rebound wasn't something a demon general could resist at all. Even a genius like Mo Fei could only resist 3 consecutive drum beats. If it was 4, he would lose for sure. As for Wang Lin, he had sounded the drum 5 times in a row. If the rebound caused Wang Lin to be heavily injured or forced to retreat, it would be somewhat acceptable. However, this person didn't move at all. He floated next to the demon drum, as calm as an ancient well. It was as if he wasn't the one who had struck the drum 5 times. It was as if he had struck the drum 5 times, and there was no rebound at all. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? He actually casually sounded the drum 5 times. There must be something wrong here. This cultivator must have used some despicable method. Yusin only managed to sound the drum 4 times after so much effort, but this person casually sounded the drum 5 times. However, Mo Fei sounded the drum 8 times. There's no way this Wang Lin can surpass that. Exclamations came from the crowd. They were not unfamiliar with Wang Lin's figure. In the first round a few days ago, he was the first cultivator who dared to seriously injure a demon general. His appearance was immediately engraved in the minds of the people of the surrounding demon territory. However, these scholars, young masters, and the nobles of Heaven Face City did not think that Wang Lin was very strong. From their point of view, Wang Lin's opponent, AOD, was not strong enough. This was the reason why he was severely injured. If this Wang Lin were to encounter Mo Fei or Shi Xiao, he would definitely lose. This was what most people were certain of. But now, this Wang Lin, who was extremely disliked by them, had actually knocked on the bell 5 times in front of everyone, as if it was child's play. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Some people even suspected that the demon drum was broken. However, when they saw that many of their companions had been injured by the sound waves created by the 5 drum beats, some of them even fainted. Demonic power trembled within their bodies, and they almost left their bodies. Their suspicions were instantly dispelled. In addition, with the demon drum as the center point, the ring spread out for thousands of feet. After the impact, the ground was cracked. This also showed how powerful the impact was. To be able to cause so much damage in this restricted square, it could only be described as unbelievable. Almost everyone among the demon generals sucked in a cold breath. Yu Sun had a bitter expression as he shook his head and completely gave up on the idea of competing with Wang Lin. The only female among the demon generals was Xiao Yin. This woman was covered in armor. Although the armor covered her entire body, it was extremely revealing, showing off the curves of her body. Her arms were covered in purplish-red armor, revealing most of her snow-white arms. Her upper body was covered in armor, revealing her slender waist. There was a black tattoo that extended from her snow-white neck through her chest and down to her lower waist. Her lower body was covered in armor that formed an arc on her back, covering her full buttocks. Her legs were also covered in armor, making her look heroic and valiant. This woman was wearing a helmet that covered her face. Only a pair of bright, beautiful eyes could be seen as she looked at Wang Lin. Among the demon generals, Shi Zhao's eyes were filled with shock as he carefully looked at Wang Lin. Beside him, Chun Tao said in a low voice, "I already told you that this person is very strong." Shi Zhao let out a cold snort. He didn't say anything, but his expression became gloomy. Among the demon generals, only Mo Fei's expression remained the same. He didn't look at Wang Lin and instead looked into the distance without saying a word. The Delu Sword Sect cultivator standing next to him revealed killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Wang Lin. In the midst of the commotion, the golden-armored man's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at the demon drum and clenched his fists. Wang Lin raised his right hand and withdrew it from the demon drum. He turned around and looked at the golden-armored man. The moment he turned around, the commotion suddenly quieted down and everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin. Wang Lin pointed at the golden-armored man with his right hand and calmly said, "You lost." When he hit the drum, the rebound force was blocked by the life seals around Wang Lin's body. However, the rebound force was very strong. Even for Wang Lin, it took almost 2 layers of life seals to dissipate before the rebound force dissipated. The life seals grew endlessly. As long as more than 3,000 of them didn't collapse in an instant, they would reform again. This was the true power of Wang Lin's life seals. No wonder the gray-robed all-seer said that he had 1 billion life seals to protect himself. Even if planet Tianyin collapsed, he would still be safe. This kind of defense is indeed rare. After the golden-armored man heard Wang Lin's words, his expression became even more gloomy. He coldly snorted and said, "The old man said that you couldn't surpass 5 hits. Are you stupid? Can you not hear the meaning behind the old man's words? You rang the drum 5 times, which is the same as what the old man said, so it doesn't count as a win." After he said that, even the people in the stands secretly sighed. This Chief Steward Jean was too narrow-minded. Wang Lin coldly looked at the golden-armored man. His right hand formed a fist, and his fist landed on the demon drum. Dong! The 6th drumbeat echoed out after the 5th drumbeat. That drumbeat seemed to strike at the hearts of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. A powerful rebound force came from the demon drum like a powerful wind. Wang Lin's hair fluttered, and the surrounding square began to tremble again. It was as if there was a dragon moving within the square, and the shattered stones formed waves that swept across the square. Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop. He coldly looked at the golden-armored man, whose expression became even more gloomy, and his right fist smashed down once more. Dong! The 7th beat shook the heavens and the earth. If the rebound force from the first 6 beats was like a raging wave, then from the 7th beat onwards, the rebound force was like a flood. Demon General Mo Fei could ring the drum 6 times without being injured, but this 7th beat caused his body to be forced back and his armor to shatter. From this, one could see the power of the 7th beat. When the 7th beat rang out, the heavens and the earth changed colors. The sound of the drum turned into a storm that spread out in all directions with the demon drum as the center. Wang Lin's right hand didn't move an inch. His body floated in the air, and his right fist landed on the demon drum as he stared at the golden-armored man. In the sky, The seventh beat also caused lightning to rumble. Then, Wang Lin's voice echoed out. 7 beats. The golden-armored man's face twitched slightly. He stared at Wang Lin and said in a sinister voice, I will recommend you to the Demon Emperor. Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, I want one of your hands. How dare you? The golden-armored man shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, I dare you to say that again. I want one of your hands. The moment Wang Lin's voice echoed out, his right hand once again struck the demon drum. At this moment, the sound of the drum echoed out. The 8th ring from the drum was like a monstrous wave that carried Wang Lin's words. It was as if countless echoes had spread out in all directions. I want one of your hands. At this moment, it was as if this was the only sound left in the world. The impact of the 8th beat caused the heavens and earth to shake. Thunder roared in the sky, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. That sentence didn't seem to be spoken by Wang Lin, but by the heavens. It was the earth. It was the roar of the heavens and earth. It was the heavens opening their eyes and looking down on the earth. This sound represented the heavens and earth. The sound of the heavens, the sound of the earth, and the sound of the drum fused into one sentence. This sentence wasn't louder than thunder, but it was even more shocking. This unimaginable aura caused the golden-armored man's face to instantly turn pale. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face was pale and his ears buzzed. At that moment, he had the illusion that he was facing the might of the heavens and earth. The demonic energy in his body surged, and he actually had the urge to cut off his own arm. The people in the spectator stands were all shocked. They no longer had the courage to continue discussing like before. The surroundings were strangely quiet. Among the spectators, aside from a few, no one doubted that if Wang Lin had said those words to them, they would have really cut off their arms. That sound just now was the might of the heavens. This sound was the law, the most majestic words in the world. Among the demon generals, Mo Fei moved his gaze away from the sky for the first time and looked at Wang Lin. Among the demon commanders, aside from the heaven commander-in-chief who remained unmoved and didn't even look at Wang Lin, the expressions of the other 7 changed slightly. Their gazes toward Wang Lin became a little strange. Absolute law. The 7 demon commanders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't notice that the heaven commander-in-chief's eyes, which had been closed the entire time, cracked open slightly when the voice echoed, revealing a murky light. Among the vice commander-in-chief, Vice Commander-in-Chief Huang was completely stunned. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief beside him let out a sigh. The golden-armored man's face was pale, but returned to normal in an instant. He stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, fusing your voice with the sound of the drum and using it to summon the might of the heavens. Unfortunately, you borrowed the power of the demon drum. Otherwise, if you could truly reach the realm of absolute law with your own strength, not to mention taking my arm, even if you wanted to take my life, I would still give you both my hands. Chapter 591. However, it is impossible for you to take one of my arms right now. The golden-armored man took a deep breath as he stared at Wang Lin and shook his head. If you can ring it 15 times, then I swear to the sky demon that I will give you one of my arms. The golden-armored man let out a cold snort. If you can't do it, then shut up. If you continue to be noisy, then don't blame the old man for not being able to control himself and end your life. Wang Lin coldly looked at the golden-armored man. This person's cultivation level was very high. When Wang Lin caught the sun spear, he already knew that this person's cultivation level was at the peak of the mid-stage of Ascendant. He was only a sliver away from the late stage of Ascendant. Although this person's cultivation level was only 1 realm lower than the Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief, this 1 realm difference was very big for Wang Lin. This was only secondary. The most important thing was that this person's cultivation method was extremely tyrannical. When Wang Lin caught the sun spear, he immediately noticed how strange this power was. In his view, this golden-armored man's spell was related to the sun fire. The power of this spell, combined with this person's cultivation level, allowed him to stand at the peak of cultivators at the same cultivation level. He would even dare to fight a normal late-stage ascendant cultivator, unless he encountered a titled ascendant cultivator. With this spell, it would be very difficult for him to lose. Of course, the difference between fighting this person during the day and night was also very large. If it was during the day and noon, then he would without a doubt lose. However, if it was late at night and the sky was dark, then it would be relatively easy to fight this person. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin no longer looked at the golden armored man. Instead, his gaze fell on the demon drum. He had already rung it 8 times, and the rebound force from the 8th drum had broken through nearly 3,000 layers of life seals. Even if Mo Lehigh can't fight, I've already rung it 8 times. At most, I only need 1 more to enter the top 10, so I shouldn't continue. Otherwise, if I get injured, it won't be worth it. However, when I hit the demon drum, the sound of it moved my mind. This kind of feeling can only be felt when I was listening to the zither music beside the river. Could it be that hitting the demon drum is also in line with the Tao? Striking this drum is not Tao will, but the reverberating power of this drum contains the word defying. The power I use to strike it is following my will, and the rebound is defying. This reverse in reverse actually contains the transformation of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the demon drum. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. Taking a deep breath, he punched out. Dong! The 9th drumbeat rang out. The rebound force was like a flood that flowed through Wang Lin's right hand and into his body. This rebound force was the power of defying. As it passed through Wang Lin's body, his life seals quickly dissipated. 100, 800, 1,000, 2,200, 3,400, until more than 3,600 life seals dissipated. Although the rebound force had weakened by more than half, there was still some that continued to rush in. At this moment, more than 3,700 life seals collapsed for the first time since Wang Lin obtained them. As the last seal collapsed, the rebound force entered Wang Lin's body and flowed through his meridians like a hot knife through butter. Wang Lin's body felt like it was in the middle of a storm. His hair fluttered violently, and his clothes were blown backwards. His body involuntarily stepped back in the air. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, all the way to the 19th step. Wang Lin's right leg took a step back, and he stopped. His face was strangely red, but it took a while for it to return in normal. After seeing this, the golden armored man let out a big sigh of relief. He sneered again and thought, this child can't possibly ring the drum 15 times. This is only the 9th time, and he has already reached his limit. I'm certain that the 10th time will be his limit. The surroundings were completely silent. No one was in the mood to talk at this moment. The 9th ring from the drum was a result that surpassed the first demon general, Mo Fei. Everyone who saw this knew that from now on, Wang Lin's name would shine brightly in the Sky Demon Country. It has to be said that the Demon Emperor doesn't care about the background of those with ability. Wasn't the Sky Commander-in-Chief also a cultivator? No one talked about this. Their gazes were all focused on Wang Lin. Mo Lehigh stared at Wang Lin. In just a few short months, Wang Lin had changed too much. 9 times. I can't do it. Mo Lehigh let out a bitter sigh. Wang Lin stood at the center of the square. Countless gazes were focused on him, but he didn't care. At this moment, his expression was unsettled, and he frowned. The rebound force from the demon drum went through more than 3,700 life seals and didn't enter his body much. He cycled his celestial spiritual energy and returned to normal. However, the moment the rebound force entered his body, Wang Lin felt a mysterious aura. This aura contained an unyielding aura and a domineering aura that defied the heavens. The rebound force from the demon drum was due to the unyielding and arrogant aura of this aura. Anyone who dared to provoke this aura would have to withstand its crazy counterattack. Even if the sky collapsed, it would hold up the sky and pierce through it. This was the intent of this aura. Defy. Wang Lin muttered to himself. I was wrong before. By using the life seal to resist this defying will, I was unknowingly resisting the defying will in my heart. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. At this moment, it was as if his entire body had ascended to a higher level. He silently looked at the demonic energy. At this moment, the Sky Commander-in-Chief opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was silent for a long time before he took a step forward. 1 step, 3 steps. After 19 steps, he arrived next to the demon drum. Wang Lin didn't immediately offer it up. Instead, he used his palm to gently stroke the rough, black surface of the drum. Traces of an unyielding will slowly entered Wang Lin's body through his palm. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have fused with the demon drum as his aura slowly dissipated. The golden-armored man frowned, then let out a cold laugh and said, trying to be mysterious, could it be that touching the demon drum will allow one to strike it 15 times? If that's really the case, then wouldn't the servants that clean the drum every day be able to strike it more than 100 times? Ridiculous. He wasn't the only one who had this thought. Even the commander-in-chief on the north and south stands frowned. What is this kid doing? Xian Shui was confused. Could it be that this cultivator can communicate with the demon drum? Someone among the commander-in-chief chuckled. He's not communicating, he's comprehending. When I struck the demon drum in the past, I also felt the aura contained within it. Everyone, have you forgotten? The only female commander-in-chief among the commander-in-chief, Yu Shui, said softly. With this, the commander-in-chief's expressions all turned serious. The officials and nobles on the high stands could no longer remain silent and began to discuss among themselves. Among the commander-in-chief, Mo Fei's eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Lin and said softly, could it be that you also felt the aura? The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, the unyielding aura became clear. As the aura gathered in his body, Wang Lin's primordial spirit gradually sank into it. It had completely merged with the demon drum. I can't resist the sound of the drum, but I have to merge with it. If I can comprehend the sound, the reverberating force won't be able to harm me, and I'll be able to cleanse my body instead. Wang Lin opened his eyes, which were filled with clarity. He raised his right hand and put it down gently. Dong! The 10th sound echoed throughout the square. Wang Lin's body immediately felt an unimaginable force coming from the drum. At that instant, Wang Lin decisively withdrew his life seal, allowing the force to enter his body. The force moved around his body like crazy. Drops of black sweat came out from all the pores on Wang Lin's body. The moment the black impurities left his body, a comfortable feeling of cleansing that he had only felt when he was at the foundation establishment stage appeared in Wang Lin's body. However, this feeling didn't last for long. The force that entered his body immediately went berserk uncontrollably. As it moved around, Wang Lin's face turned pale. Cleansing. This kid is using the sound of the drum to cleanse his body. All the commander-in-chief were shocked. They weren't the only ones. Cries of shock came from the demon generals. Shi Zhao's gaze toward Wang Lin became even more murderous. He raised his hand many times, but after hesitating for a long time, he put it down again. The golden-armored man's eyes flashed coldly as he sneered in his heart. Cleansing. The old man has followed the demon emperor for a long time and heard the demon emperor say that the sound of the drum can cleanse one's body. However, your cultivation isn't high enough. If you forcefully cleanse your body, you will only be seriously injured. The Sky Commander-in-Chief's half-opened eyes revealed a hint of disappointment before he closed them once again. There's no need to watch this kid anymore. The moment the Sky Commander-in-Chief closed his eyes, he sighed in his heart. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his eyes were bright. The reverse force of the demon drum contains some kind of consciousness. If I merge with it without holding back, although it is in line with the word reverse, this reverse is not my Tao, but the Tao of the demon drum. I was injured during my cleansing not because my cultivation isn't high enough, but because my Tao is different. In this world, whether it's cultivators or living beings, as long as they cultivate to defy the heavens, they will have their own reverse. This reverse is only one word, but according to one's comprehension, it can be divided into countless great Taos. I, Wang Lin, have cultivated for 700 years. I have my own Tao. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although his face was pale, at this moment, there was a domain surrounding his body. The light in his eyes slowly dissipated and was replaced with a hint of loneliness and sadness. He raised his right hand and gently touched the demon drum. Dong! The 11th beat of the drum echoed. At this moment, a sense of sadness echoed across the square along with the sound of the drum. It spread far and wide and even affected the entire Sky Demon City. The sound of the drum contained a sense of sadness. It was like the sound of the zither moving one's heart, using sadness to enter the soul, using the soul to enter the mind, using the mind to beat the drum, using the drum to pass Tao. The sound of the drum contains the mind. Impossible. This is impossible. How can this person do this? This is absolutely impossible. For the first time, the expression of the golden-armored man completely changed. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at Wang Lin in a daze. For the first time, the Sky Commander-in-Chief opened his eyes. For the first time, he stood up and looked at Wang Lin. In the entire square, the only person that could move him was Wang Lin. Chapter 592. All the spectators on the 3 viewing platforms in the square were silent at this moment. The sound of the drum reverberated in all directions. It contained a sense of sorrow, and it seeped into the hearts of the spectators, evoking memories that were like the autumn wind and the falling leaves. Everyone in the square, including the demon generals, silently pondered. A kind of sublimation of domain was like a trickle flowing through the hearts of people and into the depths of their souls. Wang Lin's hand was still on the demon drum. This sound of the drum transmitted his Tao to the heavens and earth. The scenes of him meeting Li Muan, the loneliness of cultivating for 700 years, the 100 years of being together in the illusion at the heavenly fate sect, the decline of walking the streets of the demon spirit land. All of this stopped when he heard the zither music coming from the boat. The zither music entered his ears and stayed there for several months. It cleansed his heart and sublimated his Tao. The zither music of the woman playing the zither and the sound of the drum fused together at this moment. With Wang Lin's heart as a bridge, it resonated. With his hand beating the drum, he transmitted the sadness that had been hidden in the depths of Wang Lin's heart ever since Li Muan left. The sound of the drum echoed out in the square. The people in the area were silent, and some even began to shed tears. They were affected by the sound of the drum, and were immersed in a world of their own hearts. Memories of the past floated up in their hearts. Every single person had their own story. This story was buried in the depths of their hearts. However, there was a power that could bring out the story buried in the depths of their hearts. This power was the might of resonance. At this moment, while Wang Lin was beating the drum, he transmitted everything he had comprehended from the zither music. Among the demon generals, Mo Lihai's eyes were filled with memories. Not only him, but even Shi Zhao's eyes contained a hint of sadness. Only one person was an exception, and that person was Mo Fei. His expression was calm. This calmness could even be considered indifference. It was as if the sadness and the sound of the drum didn't resonate with him at all. It was unknown when the drumming stopped, but it continued for a long time before people woke up one after another. Aside from the demon commanders and a few others, most of them were shocked the moment they regained their senses. The moment they regained their senses, they discovered that their faces were already covered in tears. The Xian vice commander stared blankly at Wang Lin, who was standing next to the demon drum. He sighed softly, and the complicated expression in his eyes gradually disappeared. What replaced it was admiration. The sound of the drum transmitted his thoughts. Perhaps he is the one that Her Majesty the Demon God has been waiting for countless years. In this sound of the drum, My cultivation that has been stagnant for a long time actually loosened. Among the demon commanders, apart from the heavenly commander, the others all looked at Wang Lin with different gazes. However, there was one thing in common: astonishment. No one here knew better than them the meaning behind the sound of the drum. This was a kind of realm. The Heaven General's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Wang Lin in the distance. The turbidity in his eyes had long disappeared. His name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin gently raised his right hand and looked around. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention. His gaze landed on the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man's expression was no longer gloomy. Instead, it was pale. He stared at Wang Lin in a daze and was speechless for a long time. The cultivator before him had given him too much shock today. His expression didn't change at all after the first 5 beats. His body was like a towering mountain, but after the 3rd beat, he caught up to Mo Fei. After the 9th and 10th beat echoed, Wang Lin's body was forced back by the 10th beat. In his eyes, he had thought that this was the end. However, at this moment, he realized that this was just the beginning. The 11th beat sounded while he was still in shock. If the sound of the drum was the same as the previous 10 beats, he wouldn't have been so shocked. However, the 11th beat was transmitted through the drum. The golden-armored man knew that he couldn't achieve this realm. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but a kind of realm, a sublimation of the soul. Everything that had happened today was unforgettable for the golden-armored man. At this moment, he felt like he didn't want to meet Wang Lin's gaze. This feeling was very strong. 15 beats, and you broke an arm, right? Wang Lin softly said. His voice wasn't loud, but at this moment, everyone heard it clearly. The golden-armored man's scalp went numb. He would rather go up and fight Wang Lin directly. He would rather not use any powerful spells to fight Wang Lin than face this question that was still lingering after the sound from the drum passed through. Wang Lin didn't give the golden-armored man time to reply. He withdrew his gaze and scanned the spectator stand for the first time. The faces of the spectators appeared in his eyes, and they all chose to avoid his gaze. Among the vice commanders, the sky, dark, yellow, universe, eternity, and desolate all avoided Wang Lin's gaze. Only one person's eyes were clear, and they met Wang Lin's gaze. This person was the Xian vice commander. His eyes were clear, and when he looked at Wang Lin, he revealed a hint of regret. He raised his hands and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded slightly and shifted his gaze. This time, he looked at the 8 demon commanders. When his gaze swept past them, they all looked back at him. It was as if they could see many differences in each other's gazes. The moment Wang Lin looked at him, the Heaven Commander-in-Chief spoke for the first time. Wang Lin, I'll remember your name. The demon generals all avoided Wang Lin's gaze. However, Shi Xiao let out a low roar and forced himself not to look away. His gaze met Wang Lin's. A hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. However, this battle intent was completely ignored by Wang Lin the moment he shifted his gaze. Wang Lin's gaze finally stopped on Mo Fei. Mo Fei's expression remained cold as he stared coldly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. His right hand gently pressed down on the demon drum. Beating the drum was no longer his goal. Just now, when the Tao of the demon drum was being transmitted, Wang Lin felt the call of Ascendant for the first time in his life. He was touching the border of Ascendant. I'm going to reach the Ascendant stage. Wang Lin's eyes didn't open, but at this moment, he gave off a powerful sense of confidence. His right hand was placed on the demon drum. Dong! Dong! His right hand didn't move, but the sound suddenly echoed out. It turned into thunder that descended upon the earth. The sound of the drum was filled with sorrow, and each sound was stronger than the one before. The sound of the drum caused the sound of thunder to also contain sorrow. Just a little bit more, Wang Lin softly said. In the next instant, the sound of the demon drum echoed out once more. However, the sound of the demon drum rang out twice in a row. As soon as his voice fell, the demon drum rang out 3 times. The 12th, Shi San, and the 14th sound of the drum shook the heavens and earth. The sound of the drum fused together to form an impact that was several times stronger than before. It flowed through the demon drum, through Wang Lin's right hand, and directly into his body. At this moment, almost everyone heard a sound. It was a series of popping sounds coming from within Wang Lin's body. This sound was crisp and couldn't compare to the sounds of nature. However, when it entered the ears of everyone, they felt a sense of comfort that came from their bones. Drops of black liquid flowed out from all the pores on Wang Lin's body. Marrow cleansing. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes lit up with admiration that had never been seen before. This is true marrow cleansing. The previous time was only a superficial cleansing. The other commander-in-chiefs looked at Wang Lin with envy in their eyes. No one understood better than them why the demon drum was second only to the Dragon Lake in the Sky Demon Country. Inside the Dragon Lake was the spirit of an ancient demon. It was the lord of the heavens and earth. As for the demon drum, it was made from the skin of an ancient demon and contained the power of an ancient demon. Rumor has it that the ancient demon emperors of the Sky Demon Country used their inheritance to sound the demon drum and extract the power of an ancient demon to protect the glory of the Sky Demon Country. Using the power of an ancient demon to cleanse one's marrow was something only the imperial clans of the Sky Demon Country had. Outsiders could only be granted the chance to cleanse their marrow unless they had made a great contribution. Every commander-in-chief would be given a chance to sound the demon drum before they took office. The reward for this was marrow cleansing. However, whether or not they could cleanse their marrow depended on their cultivation level. The three sounds from the drum turned into a powerful impact that moved through Wang Lin's body like crazy. It cleansed his body that already had almost no impurities. 14 times. The golden armored man's face became even more pale. Aside from the golden armored man, everyone else seemed to have forgotten about this matter. They were immersed in the feeling of the sound entering their ears and the shock waves inside their bodies. This was the sound of marrow cleansing. When a person is undergoing marrow cleansing, the sound coming from their body will cause shock waves inside the listener's body that are weaker than the sound of marrow cleansing. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and all the impurities in his body were cleansed by the sound of the drum. At this moment, he had the illusion that his body was going to be sucked into the sky. He looked at the demon drum with clear eyes. I, Wang Lin, have cultivated for 700 years, and my comprehension has reached perfection, but I haven't reached the ascendant stage. I know the reason why I haven't reached the ascendant stage. Ascendant. Although my comprehension is in the human body, my Tao heart is not perfect. It turns out that in the depths of my heart, there has always been a trace of sadness, a trace of injury, a trace of a seal. When Li Muin died, my comprehension of my comprehension increased in my human body, but one air became a trace of my obsession. That's why when I heard the sound of the woman playing the zither, I felt sadness and resonance. If I listened to the zither music for 100 years and waited for the woman to grow old and die, then I would be completely enlightened. The sadness in my heart would disappear along with the sound of the zither music. Only a mark would be left in my soul. But today, with the help of this drum, in a short period of time, I felt like I had experienced the passage of 100 years. I fused all of my sadness into the drum, and when there is no more sadness in my heart, my Tao heart will be perfect, and I will reach the ascendant stage. Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The moment his hand fell, all of his sadness and longing for Li Muin surged out and pressed down on the demon drum. But doing this is the same as choosing to forget. Am I really going to forget? Wang Lin's hand trembled. Due to some special circumstances, the update is late. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 593. Forgetting was the same as completely erasing the existence in one's memory, erasing that figure in one's soul. Even if Li Muin awakened one day, Wang Lin wouldn't feel any emotion. He would only smile and send her back to Suzaku. Let all of this be dust to dust, dust to dust. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by, causing Wang Lin's hair to flutter. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes shined brightly as he took a few steps forward. He stood at the edge of the stands and looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, he seemed to see through Wang Lin's hesitation and muttered to himself, "Can he press it down? Back then, I chose to press it down. How will he choose? Ascendant. Ascendant. How can someone who hasn't reached the ascendant stage know what it means to reach the ascendant stage? Reaching the ascendant stage is lonely. For those without any obsession or attachment, aside from breaking through their origin souls, breaking through their domain is very simple. It is because it is simple that their cultivation won't progress too much in their lives, because their hearts have never experienced this kind of struggle. However, there are some people whose hearts are touched and attached. For these people, breaking through their domain is a test and also a kind of torture. The only female demon general, Xiao Yan, revealed a hint of mockery in her eyes. At this moment, she had already recovered from her sadness. As she looked at Wang Lin's back, the mockery in her eyes became even stronger. She knew a bit more than most people in the demon spirit land about the test of domain when a cultivator reaches the ascendant stage, because her teacher was once a cultivator. To abandon all your emotions and attachment. Can you do it? Sure. Xiao frowned as he looked at Wang Lin. He let out a snort and said, deliberately mystifying things. Chun Tao, who was standing beside him, frowned. For the first time, he found that the demon general he had helped before was a bit disgusting. He pondered a bit and calmly said, "You won't understand his struggle, just like how humans don't understand the heart of a celestial." Sure. Xiao turned around, looked at Chun Tao, and silently pondered. The coldness in Mo Fei's eyes intensified. He stared at Wang Lin and softly said, "You were just like him in the past. How enviable." Interesting, the Delu sword sect cultivator standing behind him was the only one who heard this. His heart trembled as he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Vice General Xian let out a sigh. He wasn't a cultivator, but with his status, he knew a bit about cultivators reaching the ascendant stage. Although he didn't know much, when he saw Wang Lin's hand stop moving, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. At this moment, far away on the river outside of Beijing, a boat slowly moved across the water. The young man who had been drinking with Wang Lin all night sat at the bow of the boat with a cup in his hand. He drank it in one gulp and said softly, "Little guy, what will you choose?" The zither-playing woman was still at the bow of the ship. However, she wasn't playing the zither this time. Instead, she was sitting quietly. Wang Lin's hand was still 1 inch above the surface of the drum. He was staring at the demon drum in a daze. The only way to reach the ascendant stage is to sweep away the sadness in one's heart. But is it really worth it? Li Muan's figure appeared in front of him. These scenes were like flowing water that gently flowed through his mind. If I really use this as the price to wipe away the sadness in my heart and erase one heir's figure to reach ascendant, then what Tao am I cultivating? Is this really my Tao? From one heir's birth to her death, to her eternal slumber, if I really press down on her, then she will unknowingly become my cultivation furnace. I, Wang Lin, am a man. Although I can't be an indomitable spirit, I still need to have a clear conscience. The heavens are ruthless. If I continue to be ruthless, then I am not going against the heavens. I am going with the flow. Abandoning the emotions in my heart is the same as the cultivators who left during the battle between the demon generals. I am escaping to cultivate. This is not my Wang Lin's Tao. My Wang Lin's Tao is to go against the heavens. This is my path. The ancient cultivators hid their cultivation from the heavens. Now I understand the meaning of hiding from the heavens. How is this hiding from the heavens? This is clearly escaping. Although it is not truly following the heavens, the final path leads to the same end. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with clarity. I can sweep away the sadness in my heart, but not even the heavens can take away the obsession in my heart. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. A shocking aura suddenly appeared from his body. This aura wasn't strong in the eyes of many, but it caused everyone, including the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, to tremble. This aura was like a sharp sword that shot out from Wang Lin's body and pierced into the sky. At this moment, The clouds in the sky were forced back, and the sky was clear. This is, even with the Heaven Commander-in-Chief's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Wang Lin with shock in his eyes. He is actually so similar to the Demon Emperor's choice. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. The golden-armored man's face became even more pale. When Wang Lin's right hand stopped, he felt a sliver of hope. However, the aura that erupted from Wang Lin's body made him feel like a great disaster was about to befall him. He stared at Wang Lin's back, and the killing intent in his eyes increased like crazy. If I kill him before he rings the bell 15 times, then even if the Demon Emperor blames me, he won't punish me too much. After all, he is only a cultivator, and not only am I from the demon realm, I have also contributed greatly to the Sky Demon Country. The moment the aura erupted from Wang Lin's body, it immediately disappeared. Real cultivation is to go against the heavens. I don't believe that as long as I keep my heart and get rid of the sadness in my heart, I won't be able to reach the ascendant stage. The ascendant stage is not determined by the heavens. It is determined by the cultivator. The heavens can't interfere with me by force. What really interferes is the cultivator's heart. If my heart is willing to compromise, then I will be bullied by the heavens. If my heart is firm, then I want to see how the heavens can interfere with me reaching the ascendant stage and stop me from going against the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he fused all the sadness he felt because of Li Muin into his right hand. At this moment, the sky changed colors, and countless bolts of lightning appeared like silver snakes dancing in the sky. The phenomenon above the capital of Sky Demon City shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked toward the capital of Sky Demon City. It was the same on the square. Everyone's gazes were focused on Wang Lin's figure, which wasn't very tall. Even the young man on the boat put down his wine cup and stood up. He looked at Sky Demon City with anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away from the Heaven Demon City, on the ancient battlefield where Husi was absorbing souls, on the highest floor of the pitch-black tower, the helmet on the pitch-black armor suddenly lit up with a ghostly light. The instant the ghostly light flashed, waves of terrifying fluctuations appeared in the sky outside the tower. The ghostly light flickered, and a voice echoed in Gao Zheng's mind. Heaven-defying cultivation. Very good. At the square in Sky Demon City, all of Wang Lin's sadness gathered in his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was filled with endless sadness as he suddenly pressed down on the demon drum. At this moment, the golden-armored man's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body suddenly moved, and all of his cultivation gathered in his legs. His figure was unimaginably fast as he charged at Wang Lin. Die! The golden-armored man shouted as he appeared behind Wang Lin. At this moment, his right hand emitted a light similar to the sun. It was as if he was holding the sun in his hand. I can't let it ring the 15th beat. I don't believe the Emperor will punish me if I kill him. The killing intent in the golden-armored man's eyes seemed to have turned solid. The moment the light in his right hand closed in, the ground began to burn. The area within a 100-foot radius was like a flaming hell. On the square, the Heaven General's eyes became cold. He charged out from the tower and shouted, "Jin Wuxiu, what are you doing?" At this moment, Wang Lin turned around and looked at the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man's sudden appearance wasn't outside of Wang Lin's expectations. Wang Lin already knew that this golden-armored man wouldn't admit defeat. Wang Lin had already filled his body with life seals, and with the help of the 15th beat, Wang Lin was confident that he could resist this attack. The golden-armored man sneered. His right hand seemed to be grabbing the sun as it pressed down on Wang Lin without hesitation. The timing he chose was very clever. If Wang Lin dodged, then he wouldn't be able to ring the 15th beat. If Wang Lin didn't dodge, then the golden-armored man would immediately chase after him. If Wang Lin didn't dodge, then the golden-armored man was confident he could kill Wang Lin. The golden-armored man completely ignored the Heaven General's words. His eyes were filled with cruelty as the Heaven General closed in. The golden-armored man's left hand slapped behind him. He wouldn't allow anyone to stop him from killing Wang Lin. The Heaven General's right hand formed a seal and turned into a ray of black light that collided with the golden-armored man's left hand. At this moment, the young man on the boat in Sky Demon City had a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "How dare you? Jin Wushu, you deserve to die." Just at this moment, the golden-armored man's body suddenly trembled. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to be extinguished by ice water. The flames within 1,000 feet dimmed, and the rumbling echoed in his ears. His face was pale as he said, "This sound, at the same time, in the tower in the ancient battlefield tens of thousands of miles away from Sky Demon City." The golden-armored man's eyes lit up and a cold snort echoed. As soon as the golden-armored man uttered the words, this voice, a cold, sinister aura enveloped his body. The 300-meter inferno hell was suddenly extinguished. A cold snort came from the void and only entered the golden-armored man's ears. The golden-armored man's body trembled and his golden armor shattered into pieces. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and the sun on his right hand was extinguished. Yesterday, everyone said that they were unhappy and strongly requested 3 updates. Today, they would satisfy everyone. Chapter 594. All of this happened the moment the Heaven Commander-in-Chief's spell collided with the golden-armored man. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes were filled with surprise. He was the closest to the golden-armored man, so he immediately felt that the golden-armored man's body had suffered a strange injury. Not only that, it was 2 serious injuries. If a spell landed, this person would without a doubt die. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's attack was to stop the golden-armored man, not to kill him. He immediately withdrew his spell without hesitation. However, from an outsider's point of view, the golden-armored man had been seriously injured by the Heaven Commander-in-Chief's attack. The Heaven Commander-in-Chief's eyes were filled with surprise. He withdrew his spell, took a few steps back, and looked at the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man's body trembled, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. All the demonic spiritual energy in his body had dissipated, and even his meridians had cracked. At this moment, he had turned from a fierce dragon into a worm. Who let out that snort? It's too terrifying. It's countless times stronger than an Emperor Lord. No, this can't even be described as countless times. They aren't even on the same level. He didn't want to kill me. If he really wanted to kill me, I would already be dead. The golden-armored man had been injured twice in a row. The demonic spiritual energy in his body had collapsed. His face was pale, and cold sweat poured down like rain. At this moment, the golden-armored man was seriously injured. Although everything seemed to be caused by the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, Wang Lin was very close and could clearly tell that the Heaven Commander-in-Chief's spell hadn't landed on the golden-armored man at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suppressed his doubts. This was the best time to kill the golden-armored man. No matter why this person was injured for no reason, if he didn't kill this person now, then Wang Lin wouldn't be Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin lifted his right hand from the drum and grabbed the extremely weak golden-armored man. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he hit the demon drum. Bang! The golden-armored man's body violently slammed into the demon drum. His already weak body immediately coughed out a mist of blood. He also spat out a large mouthful of blood that landed on the demon drum. Wang Lin's right hand contained all the sorrow in his body. This was his last strike before he reached the infant transformation stage. This strike would allow him to vent out all the distracting thoughts and sorrows in his heart. At the moment the golden-armored man's body landed on the demon drum, the sadness in Wang Lin's right hand charged out and entered the golden-armored man's body. It was like a hot knife through butter as it entered the demon drum. Dong! The drum reverberated. Without holding anything back, the drum beat slammed back into Jin Wushu's weakened body. In that instant, Jin Wushu, Major Domo Jin, and Jin Wushu exploded. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, which then drifted down into the sky. The golden-armored man's body collapsed, and he died a miserable death. Even his soul was shattered by the echoes of the drum. All of his marks completely disappeared from this world. 5 drum beats to break an arm. 10 drum beats to break 2 arms. 15 drum beats to break a life. The person who killed him wasn't Wang Lin, but the person who seriously injured him. If only one of the 2 drum beats had come, then even if this person was seriously injured, he wouldn't have lost the ability to resist or become immortal. However, these 2 drum beats had truly turned this powerful cultivator, who was famous even in the Sky Demon country, into a cripple, adding on Wang Lin's vengeful nature and vicious methods. He had taken Jin Wushu's life. The young man on the boat was startled, and he said softly, "Dead. How could this be?" He suddenly seemed to sense something, and his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. He looked into the distance, and his gaze seemed to pierce through Celestial Demon City and the void. However, he immediately lowered his head as if nothing had happened. On the square, the Heaven Commander-in-Chief was the closest to Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin and felt Wang Lin's defiance. His eyes revealed the admiration of an elder looking at a junior. At this moment, he seemed to see himself back in the day. He saw himself if he hadn't chosen to give up. Aside from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, the other 7 Commander-in-Chief all had very complicated expressions. What they cared about wasn't Wang Lin's cultivation, but the fact that Wang Lin had rung the drum 15 times. 15 times. He surpassed everyone and became the #1 person in the Sky Demon country to ring the drum. The Vice Commander-in-Chief was already shocked. The Xian Vice Commander-in-Chief took a deep breath. His cultivation that had stopped for a long time was about to make a breakthrough. All of this was because of Wang Lin's marrow cleansing and because of the change in his heart he felt from Wang Lin. All the sober spectators looked at Wang Lin with eyes that were no longer dumbfounded, but a kind of respect. This was respect for the strong in the demon spirit land. The demon generals were completely silent, completely silent. Mo Lihai looked at Wang Lin's back. He knew that there was no longer any suspense about him becoming a commander-in-chief. The 15th ring of the drum echoed across the world. This ring seemed to contain a bloody Tao, but it contained an unimaginable sadness. This sadness fused with the sound of the drum and continued to expand. At this moment, silver snakes danced in the sky and thunder rumbled. However, when the 15th ring appeared, they seemed to fuse together. The rumbling thunder seemed to absorb the sadness from the drum. At this moment, an unimaginable sadness descended from the sky along with the sound of the drum. It spread like crazy and affected the entire Sky Demon City. This 15th ring of the drum was even more powerful than the previous 14 rings combined. This ring of the drum displayed Wang Lin's Tao, displayed his sadness, displayed a complete Tao heart, and displayed a true heaven-defying cultivation path. This sadness, under the influence of the thunder, was no longer the sadness of a man, but the sadness of the heavens. It was the sadness of the earth. Everyone in Heaven Demon City felt this sorrow, and tears unknowingly flowed down their cheeks. On the boat, at the bow, the woman playing the zither touched the zither and felt the sorrow. She gently played the zither. Wang Lin raised his head, looked at the sky, and softly said, "I retain my persistence. The heavens' Tao was the Tao of the heavens." Even the royal family once said that everything in the world belonged to the royal family. As for the heavens' Tao, it was the vast world. Every blade of grass and tree was the heavens' Tao, and it was everywhere. A mere demon spirit land, even if it was the Celestial Emperor Cave, couldn't stop the heavens' Tao from descending. This was because everything in the world was the heavens' Tao. As long as it existed, it was allowed by the heavens' Tao. The heavens' Tao descended. The heavens' Tao was originally invisible, but when it descended, it took form. There is only one name, divine retribution. When the celestial realm collapsed, the divine retribution disappeared. However, what disappeared wasn't the real divine retribution, but the one triggered by celestials. This was celestial retribution. The real divine retribution was the punishment of the heavens' Tao. It wouldn't disappear because of the destruction of a realm. It would only appear when it was supposed to appear. The appearance of a true heaven-defying cultivator was the condition for its descent. I really can't write anymore, but I've finally reached a certain height. This can be considered a summary that satisfies everyone's wishes. For the monthly votes, Earroot has been working hard today. Writing a song was already very difficult, and in order to not lose quality, Earroot had put in a lot of effort. The more monthly votes I have, the more motivation Earroot has. The song isn't over yet. Tomorrow, there will be an even higher height. The day after tomorrow, there will be an even higher height. In the following days, I can guarantee that the more you read, the more satisfied you will be. Earroot only has one request, and that is the monthly votes. If there is a reward, it will be even better. I'll make everyone feel good, and everyone will make me feel good. Okay. Chapter 595. Outside the Demon Spirit Land, the entrance to the East Demon Spirit Sea was surrounded by a dark void. From afar, it looked like the stars were shining brightly. All of a sudden, a beam of red light shot out from the void, moving with a speed that no cultivation base or divine ability could match. This speed could only be described with one word, and that was descending. Descending had already broken through the limits of speed. It could even be said that speed could no longer be used to describe this. Heaven and earth, chaos, universe, everything could descend with a single thought. The red radiance descended from the supreme cosmos starry skies. It came from nothingness, its starting point unknown. As the vast red glow descended, an aura that caused all living things to tremble spread out, causing the entire universe to tremble. On planet Tianyun, Tianyunzi was cultivating with his eyes closed. He was preparing for the plan 200 years from now. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked into the distance. His expression changed slightly as his right hand formed a seal. After calculating for a bit, he frowned and muttered, "The divine retribution is descending. Due to the interference of the heavens, I can't calculate everything. However, I can calculate that the divine retribution is descending on the Demon Spirit Land and has something to do with planet Tianyun. Strange. Planet Delu Sword Sect. Sword Saint Ling Tianho was standing next to a giant pill furnace. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a flash of light. This batch of Origin Fortune pills still requires a few supplementary ingredients. Right at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He took a step forward, and he instantly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was in the starry sky outside Origin Immortal Planet. He looked at the red light in the distance with surprise in his eyes. Heavenly tribulation. He frowned, and his face was filled with uncertainty. He carefully looked for a while until the light disappeared and muttered to himself, "The divine retribution is descending on the East Demon Spirit Sea. Not good. Could it be that something happened to the greedy wolf?" Ling Tianho frowned. At the same time, far away from planet Tianyun, there was a planet that was completely blood red. This was a blood planet. There was a blood pavilion on the blood planet, and a man with red hair and red eyebrows was sitting inside. He was wearing a red robe and was very handsome. He looked to be about 40 years old. As he cultivated, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood light in them suddenly spread out. He did not raise his head. Instead, he silently sensed the aftershock of the impact. After a long time, he closed his eyes once again. Divine retribution has descended on the Demon Spirit Land. I wonder how that child Shishue is doing. It wasn't just the three of them. As soon as the heavenly tribulation descended, many of the other eccentrics sensed it. No place could stop the red light from descending. Although the East Demon Spirit Sea wasn't open, it was still penetrated by the red light. Sky Demon Country, Sky Demon City, Yinjing on the square. After Wang Lin rang the drum for the 15th time, he silently stood next to it. His domain was changing at an unimaginable speed. To reach the ascendant stage, One needed celestial spiritual energy and one's Tao heart to be complete. Once both of them are complete, they must fuse. This fusion is called reaching the ascendant stage. This was the legendary Tao seeking in the morning. This fusion was the collision of the Tao heart and celestial spiritual energy, the collision of the soul and the body. It was an evolution from a human to a celestial. The greatest death calamity for reaching the ascendant stage was here. This collision would either allow one to become an ascendant cultivator, or they would die. There was no luck. This was dying in the morning. Seeking in the morning, dying in the evening. Even if one wanted to become a loose celestial, it would be impossible, unless one stayed at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation and didn't take that step. Wang Lin's Tao heart rang the drum for the 15th time and released all of his sadness. It was rapidly changing toward true completion. Everyone around the square silently pondered. In just one short day, Wang Lin had brought them too many unbelievable things. Wang Lin's figure was destined to be imprinted in all of their hearts. Just at this moment, the thunder and lightning in the sky above Yin Jing suddenly disappeared. The entire sky was suddenly dyed red. From afar, the red light in the sky seemed to cover the entire sky. On the boat in Sky Demon City, the expression of the young man changed. He wryly smiled and said, "How could I forget about this? This little guy is an earth cultivator, different from me. Back then, I gathered the elders in the Dragon Lake and worshipped the ancient demon for several years to cover up my defying heart and not cause divine retribution. However, this is also a test for this child. If he can withstand divine retribution, then at least within the ascended stage, he won't be disturbed by the heavens. Also, from the looks of it, this divine retribution doesn't seem to be very powerful. The phenomenon in the sky was seen by everyone in Sky Demon City in an instant. The people in the square were all dumbfounded. The red light in the sky quickly condensed into a large amount of red clouds. These red clouds filled the sky and continued to condense with the square as the center. Wang Lin stood next to the demon drum. He looked up at the sky and let out a deep breath. The heavens can't stop my Tao heart, but they can punish me and erase my existence. Is this divine retribution? Back in the sea of Devil's Chillin City, I saw it once. Compared to that time, this one is even more powerful. The red clouds condensed and a bolt of red lightning appeared. This red lightning hadn't landed yet, and it didn't give off any aura. If one only looked at the sky from an appreciative point of view, the scene in the sky right now was very beautiful. The young man on the boat looked at the red lightning in the sky and let out a sigh of relief. He softly said, "There are two types of divine retribution that appear in the form of lightning. From the looks of it, it can't be the legendary second one. I'm 90% confident that the divine retribution this time is the first one, which is also the simplest one. This little guy Wang Lin's luck is pretty good." Wang Lin looked at the sky. At this moment, he completely ignored everything around him. The only thing that existed in his eyes was the red lightning in the sky. In my 700 years of life, I have a bit of a connection with divine retribution. I refined a restriction flag in the sea of devils and attracted divine retribution. I changed Li Muan's fate and attracted the messenger of the heavens. This time, I retained my will to go against the heavens and attracted divine retribution. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but they were filled with determination. The red clouds in the sky suddenly surged and gathered together. The entire sky was like a red ocean, and the waves were all rushing toward the center. In the blink of an eye, the red lightning in the center of the red clouds began to shine brightly, and the light from it illuminated the heavens and earth. Shortly after, a roar that seemed to come from ancient times came from the red jade. Popping sounds came from the ground and fused with the roar in the sky. At this moment, the red lightning descended from the sky. It was like a meteor that suddenly fell from the sky toward Wang Lin. A powerful killing intent filled the sky. This killing intent was the killing intent of the heavens. This was the killing intent of the heavens. At this moment, the sky of Sky Demon City was filled with snowflakes. Each snowflake contained the killing intent of the heavens. As the sky filled with snowflakes, the red lightning arrived. At this moment, there was only one sound in the sky. This was the rumbling of the heavens' anger. At this moment, there was only one ray of red in the sky. This was the blood-like divine retribution. At this moment, there was only one ray of killing intent in the sky. This was the killing intent of the heavens that was even stronger than killing billions of people. The heavens wanted to kill. As Wang Lin's eyes opened and closed, they released a golden glow. The more than 700 life seals on his body condensed like crazy. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. A large amount of black fog appeared around him, and countless restrictions flashed within the black fog. No matter how angry the heavens are, they can't erase my existence. As Wang Lin laughed, his right hand pointed at the red lightning. At this moment, Wang Lin's demeanor was like the moon and the sun. His hair fluttered, his clothes fluttered, and his eyes revealed an unyielding gaze. At this moment, he was a man that could support the heavens. With one point of his finger, the black light around his body rushed into the sky. The countless restrictions inside the black light turned into a giant black tornado to meet the divine retribution. The red lightning descended and collided with the black tornado. At this moment, an unimaginable rumble echoed across the sky. Countless people in Sky Demon City bled from their ears and fainted. The spectators in the square were the same. Although the demon generals were a bit better, they couldn't control their demonic spiritual energy. It was as if they would collapse from the divine retribution if they didn't do this. Only the demon generals could look up at the divine retribution without batting an eyelid. All of the restrictions inside the restriction flag turned into a black tornado and fearlessly collided with the red lightning. In an instant, the tornado collapsed as if it was crushed by a giant hand from the inside. The red lightning pierced through the tornado like a sharp sword and split the tornado in half. The tornado collapsed inch by inch, and all of the restrictions inside turned into nothingness. The heavens want to kill, so I'll destroy the heavens. A shocking aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. At the moment the red divine retribution lightning broke the restriction, he raised his right hand and the finger of death appeared. This wasn't one finger of death, but 100 fingers of death. Wang Lin's left hand slapped his bag of holding, and a large amount of celestial jades flew out, forming a small mountain under his feet. Wang Lin's feet were on the small mountain with a giant demon drum behind him. He looked up at the sky as a large amount of celestial spiritual energy entered his body through his feet. The 100 fingers of death merged into one, and a giant black light more than 30 feet wide shot out from Wang Lin's right hand toward the descending red lightning. I dared to defy the heavens and dared to retain my will because I want to fight the heavens. Divine retribution. Even if you can shatter my body, you can't shatter my Tao heart. The light in Wang Lin's eyes pierced through the red lightning and entered the red cloud. An even louder rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, as if it was answering Wang Lin's Tao. Chapter 596. The 100 fingers of nirvanic destruction transformed into rays of nirvanic destruction that shot up into the sky and collided with the red lightning. A sound that was even more intense than before echoed out. The entire sky seemed to tremble, as if the sun and moon had been flipped upside down. The finger of nirvanic destruction absorbed all life force and transformed it into the power of nirvanic destruction. When it collided with the red lightning, it absorbed countless amounts of life force. However, its power was still lacking compared to the heavenly tribulation. As the red lightning attacked, the black glow of the finger of nirvanic destruction rapidly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness. As the red lightning descended, its color was slightly fainter. Wang Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the incoming red lightning. His eyes were filled with an unyielding light as he dispersed the life seals on his body and transformed them into slaughter chi. He pointed his finger at the sky, and a gray aura surged out from his hand. The 3,700 strands of slaughter chi created an intense storm of slaughter. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he stood in the middle of the storm. Die! Wang Lin let out a roar as the slaughter chi in his hand surged out. The 3,700 strands of slaughter chi fused into one and transformed into a dragon. This dragon was a dragon of slaughter. Wang Lin's eyes were slightly red. Not only did he have killing intent, he also had a murderous heart. He was not the first person to have a murderous heart towards the heavens. However, anyone who could do this was worthy of being called a heaven's chosen. A true heaven's chosen. Wang Lin's personality was that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It didn't matter if you were the heavenly Tao or the heavens. If you wanted to kill me, then I would kill you. It didn't matter who you were. With a murderous heart and killing intent, the dragon formed from Wang Lin's slaughter chi seemed to have a soul and a life force. This dragon was Wang Lin's heaven-defying will. Die! The azure dragon roared as it lunged toward the red lightning. Even the heavenly tribulation's red lightning seemed to grow dim as it was devoured by the azure dragon. However, the heavenly tribulation was the punishment of the heavens, and it carried the murderous intent of the heavens. Although the murderous azure dragon was strong, it was still not enough. The azure dragon collapsed. However, the collapse caused the red lightning to grow even dimmer and shrink back down. The dragon's roar reverberated in the sky. The red lightning broke through the dragon's body and headed straight for Wang Lin. The instant the red lightning tribulation descended, Wang Lin's hair began to move strangely, and a strange black glow appeared on his right index finger. Demon transformation. The red glow in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a demonic glow that only a demon possessed. All the immortal force in his body went into reverse and turned into devil force. At the same time, the mountain of immortal jade beneath Wang Lin's feet, which was originally milky white in color, suddenly turned black, as if it had been sprinkled with ink. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the entire hill of immortal jade had turned black. The celestial spiritual energy inside had been completely turned into devil force. The demonic finger appeared in the demon spirit land with unprecedented power. Even if Situ Nan were here, he wouldn't be much stronger than Wang Lin when using the demonic finger, because at this moment, Wang Lin wasn't just converting his own celestial spiritual energy, he was also converting the countless celestial jades into endless demonic energy with the celestial spiritual energy in his body. The black light at the tip of his finger didn't just contain immortal force. It also contained Wang Lin's Tao. Whether it was the immortal Tao or the devil Tao, all of it contained resistance against the heavens. This finger pointed at Wang Lin's heart. That black light also contained determination. It contained Wang Lin's courage to fight against the heavens in order to preserve Li Muin's figure. It also contained his determination to never give up after experiencing countless dangers and hardships as a mortal. This finger caused everyone's expressions to change. The black light faced the divine retribution's red lightning. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have returned to primordial chaos. Red was the sky and black was the earth. The red represented divine retribution, and the black represented defying will. The collision of red and black was earth-shattering. At this moment, the entire heavenly demon city trembled. This trembling spread for countless kilometers, causing the mountains and earth to tremble. Waves of banging sounds continued to reverberate from the ground, as though countless bolts of thunder were exploding underground. This trembling formed an indescribable impact that caused the entire square to shatter. The spectator stands and the surroundings all collapsed. Countless people were swept up by the strong wind and thrown in all directions. All the demon generals quickly retreated, as if they would be implicated if they were one step slower. The demon commander-in-chief's expression changed slightly, and they all scattered. Only the heaven commander-in-chief remained. He was the closest to Wang Lin, so he let out a sigh after witnessing all of this. His right hand reached into his robe and took out a bag of holding. A jade bottle flew out from the bag. He took a deep look at it before throwing it at Wang Lin. Then he turned to leave. Above Wang Lin, the black and red light dissipated at the same time. The red divine retribution lightning, the restriction flag, the 100 underworld springs, the 3,700 azure dragons formed by Wang Lin's heaven-killing intent, and the peaked demonic finger refined from countless celestial jades. After all these spells dissipated, the red divine retribution lightning finally dissipated. The moment the red divine retribution lightning dissipated, the earth no longer trembled and returned to normal. The fear of countless people in Sky Demon City created a depressing atmosphere. The moment the red divine retribution lightning dissipated, Wang Lin's face turned pale. He grabbed the jade bottle that the Heaven Commander-in-Chief threw out. There was only one pill inside, but Wang Lin didn't consume it. He looked up at the sky with a serious expression. The heavens wanted to kill him, but it was just one bolt of divine retribution lightning. Wang Lin didn't believe it. The young man on the boat also had a serious expression as he looked up at the sky with a hint of shock. The red clouds in the sky did not dissipate, but there were no signs of abnormalities either. It was as if everything had calmed down. However, this calmness transformed into an invisible pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth. This is... The young man's expression changed greatly. He could no longer maintain his calm expression. He took a step in the air and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was above the capital. Being so close to the red clouds made even this person's hair go numb. This time it's a bit too big. The young man smiled bitterly. The moment he appeared, he immediately reached out to grab Wang Lin. He wanted to drag this person out of the capital and force him to go through the divine retribution elsewhere. If this divine retribution was as he expected, then he wouldn't be so panicked. However, this divine retribution gave him a bad feeling. Just as he was about to reach out, he immediately stopped. He looked up at the sky and thought bitterly, "This little guy is locked by the divine retribution. I can't move him away now." The young man took a deep breath and opened his arms without hesitation. His body swayed and turned from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. In the blink of an eye, he turned into 8 people. 8 identical youths quickly teleported to the 8 outer cities of Sky Demon City. They used major void transference to teleport all the residents of the 8 outer cities away in an instant. The power of this divine ability had already reached a considerable level. Even this person had only barely managed to do it after using the most secretive technique. The moment he finished doing this, the sky suddenly changed. The red clouds in the sky quickly gathered from all directions and enveloped the entire Heaven Demon City. A majestic aura slowly descended from the sky and covered the entire Heaven Demon City in an instant. The young man was floating in the sky outside the city, but his expression changed when he felt this aura. This is the might of the heavens. He immediately landed without hesitation and bitterly smiled. The might of the heavens has arrived. I wonder if the ancestors will appear. Wang Lin stood on the shattered square and looked at the sky. His unyielding gaze didn't change at all. The second punishment of the heavens had arrived. This time, the heavens appeared with the might of the heavens. What was the might of the heavens? The might of the heavens was the majesty of the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, everything would be destroyed. The moment the might of the heavens moved, the clouds would change. The might of the heavens didn't allow any living being to resist. Under the might of the heavens, you must yield. Yield to the might of the heavens. This was the might of the heavens. As the might of the heavens descended, a huge pressure descended from the sky. The giant red clouds in the sky suddenly dropped by an inch. This 1-inch drop caused a shattered square around Wang Lin to explode. The shockwave formed was immediately suppressed and sent into the ground before it could even set off. Under the might of the heavens, this shockwave wasn't qualified to cause any damage. Wang Lin felt his body sink, as if thousands of kilograms of force was pressing down on his body. Crisp sound came from his body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he was being squeezed between the heavens and the earth. This feeling was similar to when his cultivation was crippled and he became immortal. When he was cultivating in the spirit vein of the soul refining sect, he felt the spiritual pressure pressing down on his body. Shortly after, the might of the heavens appeared again, and the red clouds in the sky dropped by another inch. This time, a boundless pressure descended from the sky, causing the palaces around the 10,000 Zhang Square to explode into pieces. This collapse spread like crazy as the might of the heavens descended. With Wang Lin as the center, a small portion of the imperial palace collapsed. Wang Lin's feet didn't move at all. A powerful, unyielding aura erupted from his body. He raised his head, looked at the red clouds in the sky, and softly said, "I won't yield." Thunderous rumbles came from the red clouds in the sky as they descended once more. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. This time, it dropped 3 inches in a row. The might of the heavens shrouded the area. A cracking sound came from the earth as if it couldn't withstand the might of the heavens. All of the buildings in the imperial palace collapsed. Sky Demon Country, Sky Demon City, the buildings that had stood for countless years, aside from the demon drum, all turned to dust. At this moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed. This was the might of the heavens. Before the might of the heavens, one had to yield. If one didn't yield, then one would be crushed to death by the might of the heavens. The killing intent of the heavens must die. The moment the imperial palace turned into ruins, waves of angry aura rushed out from underground. I'm very tired from writing and can't write more. I'm begging for monthly votes, begging for tips. Chapter 597. What bullsh *T divine retribution. You bastard brat. You dare to destroy my Sky Demon Country's Yinjing. Damn it all. You little brat. Damn it. Damn this divine retribution even more. Haha, divine retribution good. My ancestor was born to face divine retribution to cultivate. Today, I want to see what kind of power your divine retribution has. A series of angry roars came out of the ground. Then, a loud rumble that was not any weaker than the rumbling of thunder suddenly came from the ruins of Yinjing. 5 huge waves of air rushed out from the ground and rose from the ground. Although they were under the pressure of the heavens, the waves of air were still able to reach a height of 10 feet. Within these 5 waves of air, 5 white-haired old men with extremely dense demonic glints in their eyes charged out. Just by looking at these 5 old men, one could feel the traces of time on their bodies. Their upper bodies were bare, and their skinny bodies actually gave off an almost barbaric aura. The red clouds in the sky churned violently and pressed down another 3 inches. The entire Yinjing shattered. Wang Lin's body was covered in blood, and his bones were being crushed. His flesh felt like it was being crushed by countless mountains. Wang Lin's feet were standing on the ground. As the earth collapsed, his legs sank deep into the ground until his knees were about to hit the ground. A powerful pressure landed on his mind along with the heaven's might. It was as if there was a majestic voice roaring inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin struggled to raise his head. He looked up at the sky and didn't say a word. Under the pressure from the heaven's might, not only did the 5 old men not feel any discomfort, they began to laugh like crazy. They all flew up from the ground and floated in the air. So comfortable. No wonder the ancestor said that although the heaven's might is bullsh *T, it's so comfortable to be pressed down on my body that I want to curse. Bullsh *T. When did the ancestor say that? They clearly said that the heaven's law is a little girl. If you don't want to be pressed down by her, then you have to find a way to press her down. You two are both talking nonsense. I've read all the records left by the ancestor at least 100 times. How come I've never seen such words? The 5 old men began to argue with each other. The heavenly might was even angrier. The red clouds suddenly pressed down by 8 inches. The earth rumbled, and the ground of the entire Yinjing city was crushed, creating a ring-shaped shockwave. Although it didn't float up it spread far and wide like a dragon slithering on the ground, affecting half of the sky demon city. The voices of the 5 old men came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies seemed to have been slapped by an invisible hand as they fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Wang Lin was at the center of the heavenly might, and cracking sounds came from his body. His legs sank into the ground, and this time, only half of his body was visible. The 5 old men on the ground immediately got up and pointed at the sky, cursing loudly. "I'm a descendant of the ancient demon. The ancient demon doesn't exist in the Dharma realm and is beyond the restrictions of the heavens. This heavenly retribution is nothing." As the 5 of them cursed, they quickly flew up from the ground. This time, their bodies were filled with demonic spiritual energy. The dense demonic spiritual energy instantly covered the entire sky demon city. The 5 of them flew into the air and charged toward the red cloud. The heavenly might was vast, and the red cloud in the sky pressed down once more. This time it was 10 feet. The entire heavenly demon city seemed to have been smashed by a giant hand, and it instantly turned to dust. The ground rumbled and cracks appeared. These cracks were extremely large, and in the blink of an eye, the ground where heavenly demon city was located was torn apart. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body began to collapse. In an instant, his entire body was buried deep underground, leaving only a deep hole in the ground. Without any suspense, the 5 old men who were about to rush towards the red cloud fell from the sky once again, leaving 5 deep pits on the ground. An old man crawled out from the deep hole and angrily said, "My ass, heavenly retribution. You destroyed my sky demon city. I'll fight you to the death." At this moment, Wang Lin could no longer feel anything outside. He was at the bottom of the hole, and he could no longer feel his body. All the meridians in his body were broken, and his bones were shattered. If the heavens wanted to kill him, there was no way to live if he didn't yield. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open. Even now, his eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze. His body could be squeezed, and his origin soul could collapse. But his Tao heart couldn't compromise. A faint voice suddenly echoed in Wang Lin's mind. In this world, if a heaven-defying cultivator appears, they will do everything they can to avoid the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao wasn't afraid of heaven-defying cultivators hiding, because once they had the intention to hide, they were no longer heaven-defying. The heavenly Tao is truly wary of those who don't choose to hide and instead choose to fight. The heavenly Tao will pick up these kinds of beings. You aren't the first, and you won't be the last. Others will choose to follow or avoid the heavenly retribution, but you chose to face it directly, so the heavenly retribution will naturally descend. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow a third type of heaven-defying cultivator to appear. Countless years ago, when the universe was just born, there was a race that was the same age as the heavenly Tao. The people of this race were extremely powerful and used their strength to prove their Tao and defy the heavens. Some had amazing spells and could destroy Tao with a flip of their hand and defy the heavens. Some were bloodthirsty and could change the heavens with death. They called themselves the ancient race. Heavenly retribution couldn't destroy them, and the might of the heavens couldn't make them yield. They became the first type of heaven-defying cultivator in this world. Countless years later, the ancient race split. Those with boundless strength called themselves ancient gods. Those who slaughtered called themselves ancient devils. And those who used divine abilities to destroy Tao called themselves ancient demons. They were the second type of heaven-defying cultivator. A faint voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, although Wang Lin's body had collapsed, his mind was calm. "You are an ancient demon. I am an ancient demon." Wang Lin was silent. "However, I'm not complete. When I awakened, I was inside the demon drum. I could feel that the skin of the demon drum was something that belonged to me back then. For countless years, I couldn't get too far from the demon drum, so I used some spells to create the dragon lake to educate the people. I can feel that in the other 8 demon countries, there are existences similar to me. They chose the same method as me to create a place similar to the Dragon Lake to educate the people. I've communicated with other existences similar to me over the countless years, but we've never been able to reach a consensus. Every existence similar to me wants to devour the other to make themselves stronger. Perhaps this is the only way for us to be complete. That's why the war between the 9 countries of the demon spirit realm has lasted for countless years. The appearance of cultivators caused this war that had no winner to tilt. That's why you cultivators are able to exist in the demon spirit land. There must be a reason why you appeared and told me all of this. Wang Lin sent out a divine sense message. There is no anchor. I can help you repair your body and help you pass this divine retribution. I can give you enough power in the Sky Demon Country, but you need to do one thing for me. Help me retrieve the treasures of the other 8 countries. Wang Lin silently pondered. Shortly after, he slowly said, I'm not the only heaven-defying cultivator in the countless years that the demon spirit land has existed. Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, the voice interrupted Wang Lin with a sigh and slowly said, You're not the first heaven-defying cultivator, but you're the first to cultivate as a mortal to become an ancient god. I can feel the aura of an ancient god from your body. This aura is very faint, but very pure. The people I enlightened in the demon spirit land can't withstand my power. Their bodies can't withstand my existence, no matter how strong they are, because I'm not of the same race as them. Although the bodies of cultivators are better than those of the people here, there's a limit. Only a few people can barely withstand my power. You're more suitable than anyone else. This is why I chose you. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he calmly said, Repair my body and give me the power to resist the divine retribution. As you wish. The voice echoed. At this instant, Wang Lin's body, which was buried deep underground, was covered by a powerful force. His body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His meridians were reconnected, and they were even stronger than before. Piece by piece, his bones condensed and completely recovered. In fact, their strength was several times stronger than before. His flesh and blood recovered in an instant. All of this was completed in a very short period of time. Celestial spiritual energy moved through Wang Lin's body and flowed through his meridians. At the same time, the powerful force suddenly shrank and entered Wang Lin's body. On the ground, the 5 old men had just climbed out of the pit and were about to continue cursing. However, just at this moment, the 5 of them were startled and looked at the pit Wang Lin was in. One of the old men's eyes widened, and he muttered, This is the aura of the ancestor? It seems to be the ancestor's aura. Wang Lin's body floated out from the pit. His long hair moved without any wind, and his eyes were closed. However, an unimaginable demonic force was emitted from his body. Under the might of the heavens, Wang Lin's body rose into the sky. The pressure from the heavens and earth seemed to have no effect on him at this moment. As Wang Lin rose into the sky, the demonic force emitted from his body gathered behind him and turned into a giant illusionary figure that was hundreds of meters tall. This figure had 2 horns on its head, and its entire body was emitting a sinister aura. Its skin was purplish black, and its appearance caused the red clouds in the sky to emit waves of violent roars and rumbling thunder. It was as if a monster had been born. Chapter 598. This shadow was the same as Wang Lin. Its eyes were also closed. When Wang Lin flew into the air, the 5 old men on the ground were dumbfounded. They stared at the shadow behind Wang Lin and revealed extremely respectful expressions. It really is the ancestor. The ancestor has appeared. Could this be the person the ancestor has been looking for a long time? The 5 of them looked at each other. Just at this moment, the red cloud in the sky pressed down like crazy. It wasn't an inch by inch, but 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, it had descended 100 feet. A thunderous rumble echoed between the heavens and earth. Not only had Sky Demon City collapsed, but it had also sunk deep into the ground. Looking down, Sky Demon City no longer existed. The dust couldn't be lifted at all. It had been slammed into the ground. A huge basin appeared where Sky Demon City used to be. This wasn't the end. At the edge of the basin, cracks spread like crazy. The earth continued to collapse, and the basin continued to expand. The descent of the red clouds and the descent of the might of the heavens hadn't ended yet. After descending 30 meters, the red clouds didn't stop. Instead, they continued to descend. From a distance, the red clouds were so heavy that it looked as if they would fall out of the sky at any moment. The red cloud continued to descend, and thunderous rumbles came from it. The sound echoed in the air and echoed in the world. The cracks in the ground spread out like crazy. Cracking sounds could be heard as everything within 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, everything within 10,000 kilometers shattered. The ground collapsed into fragments, but these fragments were immediately crushed into dust. The once prosperous Sky Demon City was no longer there. Wang Lin was in the air at the center of the pressure of the heaven's might. As the heaven's might continued to descend, his body remained motionless as if he was in a deep sleep. Just at this moment, Wang Lin seemed to awaken from his slumber and suddenly open his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the ancient demon shadow behind him also opened its demonic eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin's body seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the red clouds in the sky. As he did this, the ancient demon behind him also raised its right hand and pointed at the sky. If one looked carefully, they would see that Wang Lin wasn't the one who moved first, but the ancient demon who raised its right hand first. The ancient demon and Wang Lin spoke at the same time, but the voice came from Wang Lin's mouth. Although these two words were soft, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from Wang Lin and the ancient demon. At the same time, Wang Lin's body was like a sharp sword as he charged toward the red cloud in the sky. The ancient demon behind him moved as well. Inside the red cloud in the sky, there was a thunderous roar that sounded like the wrath of the heavens. The red cloud rapidly descended, and in the blink of an eye, it was infinitely close to Wang Lin. One palm, cloud shattering. The ancient demon's palm and Wang Lin's palm landed on the descending red cloud. A powerful wind suddenly blew, and the red cloud was like an angry wave. Thunderous roars echoed in the sky. Wang Lin's body suddenly retreated from the sky until he landed on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, a powerful shockwave spread and the edge of the ruins shattered once again. This time it was 50,000 kilometers wide. The ground within 50,000 kilometers collapsed. The ancient demon behind Wang Lin also landed on the ground the moment Wang Lin landed. However, its body was a bit blurry. The might of the heavens couldn't be defied. As a second type of heaven-defying cultivator, Ji Yao had faced countless divine retributions in his life. After a while, his body condensed once more. The red clouds in the sky dissipated. However, at that very moment, a red beam of light that was 100 feet wide suddenly descended from the horizon. The power of this red light was much stronger than the red lightning and divine retribution from before. It was not on the same level at all. The target of this red light wasn't Wang Lin, but the ancient demon behind him. The ancient demon and Wang Lin looked up at the same time. The ancient demon's eyes suddenly released a demonic glow. Scarlet sky, cloud glow. I haven't tasted it in a long time. The moment the red light closed in, the ancient demon jumped out from behind Wang Lin and blew a mouthful of incense at the red light. The red light entered the ancient demon's body, and Ji Yao's body collapsed. However, it immediately reformed. Collapse, reform, collapse, reform. In just a few breaths of time, Ji Yao collapsed 10,000 times and reformed 10,000 times. The ancient demon's body was finally forced down from the sky and landed on the ground. With his feet as the center, a ring-shaped wave spread like crazy. This wave was 30 feet tall and it was like a giant wave washing away the sand. In an instant, it spread for 5 kilometers and was still continuing. There was a rumbling sound from the ground. The ground within 5 kilometers shattered, and the shock wave was 10 times stronger. It was as if the earth within 5 million kilometers had been flipped open and was filled with ruins. The red cloud in the sky completely dissipated and returned to normal. The ancient demon let out a burp. There was a hint of exhaustion in his eyes as he turned into smoke and disappeared. Come to the Dragon Lake to see me in 3 months. Ji Yao's voice didn't enter Wang Lin's ears but spread out like wildfire. After Ji Yao disappeared, Wang Lin also disappeared. A cool breeze blew by as 5 old men crawled out from the ruins and looked at each other. This damn heavenly tribulation. Yindun, get the F*CK over here. One of the old men yelled. Yindun, get the F*CK over here. If you don't come out in 3 breaths of time, I'll throw you into the Dragon Lake and lock you up for 100 years. Once those old men started roaring, they would tear their throats apart and let out thunderous roars. A shadow crawled out from the ruins in the distance and flew over an extremely fast speed. When he heard the old men's roars, he let out a wry smile and gritted his teeth. With a sway of his body, he appeared in the Yanjin Square. Grandson Yindun greets the 5 ancestors. The person quickly said. He was the young man who had been drinking with Wang Lin on the boat all night. You bastard, Sky Demon City is gone just like that. I'll give you 3 months to restore this place to its original state. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the Dragon Lake and lock you up for 100 years. 200 years. 500 years. The last old man snorted and said 1,000 years. Lock him up for a lifetime. The young man's body trembled. He bitterly smiled and nodded. 5 ancestors, don't worry. I'll definitely restore ancient Demon City within 3 months. Go find the person that the ancestor wants. In 3 months, take him to the Dragon Lake. After the 5 old men finished speaking, they looked at the ruins on the ground and disappeared. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was 5,000 kilometers away. The moment he appeared, he spread out his divine sense, took a deep breath, and took out a token from his bag of holding. This token was what he needed to enter the mysterious cave. With it, he could enter the cave at any time. According to the chant recorded in the token, Wang Lin sent out several seals. The token released a flash of white light, surrounded Wang Lin, and disappeared. He returned to the stone platform connected to the beast. The moment Wang Lin reappeared, he immediately rushed toward the cave. After the divine retribution, Wang Lin immediately noticed that his domain had reached completion and was fusing with celestial spiritual energy. This discovery shocked him, reaching the ascendant stage in the morning and dying in the evening. If anything went wrong during this period, not only would his cultivation be ruined, his origin soul would also collapse. Although he didn't know if this would affect the ancient god body outside, Wang Lin didn't dare to gamble. Reaching the ascendant stage was a trial that had to be done in a very safe place. Only then could one eliminate all external factors and ensure the highest success rate. This cave was without a doubt the best place to reach the ascendant stage. Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast. He leaped over one platform after another and arrived outside the cave. In a flash, he entered the familiar cave. Wang Lin headed straight toward the pavilion where he found the wine jug. After arriving, he quickly sat down in the lotus position and took a deep breath. He then slapped his bag of holding. There weren't many celestial jades left. After all, he had used up a lot of celestial spiritual energy after the battle with the divine retribution. At this moment, Wang Lin shook the bag of holding and all of the celestial jades flew out. They covered the floor of the pavilion and piled up into small mountains. Large amounts of celestial spiritual energy immediately filled the area. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he took out an item from his bag of holding. It was a red jade about the size of a fingernail, and as soon as it appeared, the immortal chi in the area seemed to lurch to a halt. It was as if time itself had stopped, and it emanated the might of the heavenly Tao. The Ascendant Crystal. This was given to me by Senior Zhou. If I succeed in reaching the Ascendant stage today, I'll remember Senior's kindness. Wang Lin took a deep breath, grabbed the crystal, and swallowed it. After doing all of this, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the fusion of his domain and celestial spiritual energy. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. The celestial jades around him continued to be used up and turned into dust as he absorbed a large amount of celestial spiritual energy into his body. When someone reaches the Ascendant stage, their origin soul will produce an Ascendant crystal. This crystal is like the heart of the body. It is the heart of the origin soul. Zhou Yi's Ascendant crystal is Wang Lin's second heart. Just as Wang Lin was reaching the Ascendant stage, Sky Demon City began to recover. A large amount of demon soldiers gathered from all over the Sky Demon country to rebuild Sky Demon City. On the ancient battlefield countless kilometers away, at the top of the Black Wall, there were two ghostly lights flashing on the head of the black armor. Even the ancient demon has appeared to fight the divine retribution for you. It would be a pity if I just absorb you like this. However, if I miss this opportunity, I don't know how long I'll have to wait to absorb you again. Although the power of the Ascendant stage isn't much, I can't let it go. The divine retribution was over, but it wasn't over yet. Tomorrow's update was going to be very exciting. In addition, the speed of the ancient demon's instance dungeon had gone from a slow pace to a fast pace. This big event was the end of the slow pace. Next, it will be a fast pace, and I guarantee it will be even more exciting. Looking for monthly votes, tips, and motivation. Chapter 599. The fusion of domain and celestial spiritual energy was a kind of burning. Celestial spiritual energy was used to refine the domain into an Ascendant crystal. The moment the Ascendant crystal was refined, there would be a moment where one would feel like they had turned into nothingness and their consciousness would wander around the world. This kind of comprehension was extremely rare and was called Ascendant comprehension. Generally speaking, when a cultivator reached the Ascendant stage on a cultivation planet, the first thing they did was to use the power of the Ascendant crystal to retrieve their soul peace. Although the chance was only 50%, they had to try. Wang Lin had already retrieved his soul peace, so he naturally didn't need to do this. At this moment, he was surrounded by all the celestial jades in his bag of holding. These celestial jades were quickly being squeezed out of the last sliver of celestial spiritual energy before turning into dust. There was no wind here, so the dust didn't fly into the air and instead covered the ground like lime. Large amounts of celestial spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body from all the pores in his body and quickly entered his meridians. The celestial spiritual energy gathered toward the life and death domain in his origin soul. A kind of self-refining continued inside Wang Lin's body. It was as if a firestorm had been ignited. Wang Lin's body was undergoing a heaven-shaking change. His origin soul was like a giant cocoon. His domain was the spirit inside the cocoon, and the celestial spiritual energy was the raging fire outside the cocoon. The stronger the fire, the more spiritual the cocoon became, and the more the domain inside fused with it. The final goal of the fusion of celestial spiritual energy and domain was to fuse the origin soul into one. From now on, there would be no difference between domain and origin soul. The origin soul was the domain, and the domain was the origin soul. The fire outside the cocoon continued to burn and became even more intense. Every time the fire was about to dim, a large amount of celestial spiritual energy would enter. It was like the wind was blowing on the fire, causing the fire to become even more intense. This immortal fire burned within Wang Lin's body. It was invisible, and ordinary people would not be able to see it with their naked eyes. However, if one used their divine sense to observe it, they would be able to clearly see a shocking scene of Wang Lin's entire body emitting flames. If you seek Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. This was a phrase all Ascendant cultivators knew, and it had a lot to do with this invisible fire. If they couldn't pass this test, then this fire would turn from invisible to corporeal. It would burn their origin, soul, and body to ashes in an instant. The cocoon and the flames became even more lively. The painting of the cycle of life and death no longer remained the same. It slowly melted as if it wanted to become one with the cocoon. Time slowly passed. The immortal fire that was burning the essence soul cocoon did not dissipate at all. As the immortal power continued to enter it, it became more and more vigorous. The domain within the cocoon completely melted, transforming into primal chaos energy. In ancient times, this energy was known as vital energy. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a cultivator. The cultivators at that time called themselves Qi refinement warriors. The once powerful Kunlun sect Qi refinement warriors were the typical representatives of ancient cultivators. The reason why they called themselves Qi refinement warriors was because of this vital Qi. What they cultivated was precisely this vital energy. This vital energy was being refined and nurtured by the domain inside Wang Lin's cocoon. It was like a fetus in a mother's womb, and it continued to grow. If this was ancient times, this vital energy wouldn't be inside the origin soul. It would be extracted and used to replace the celestial spiritual energy in the body. However, after the celestial realm appeared in the void, cultivators used this vital energy as their life's true energy to wrap around celestial spiritual energy. This was how the ancient cultivators and celestials came to be known as long as there is a mouthful of true energy left, you won't die. This mouthful of true energy referred to this vital energy. The invisible fire inside Wang Lin's body became even stronger. The vital energy inside the cocoon gradually gathered into a drop of liquid. It was crystal clear and could change into various shapes. However, this drop of liquid couldn't crystallize. If it couldn't crystallize, it couldn't form the ascendant crystal. Wang Lin's divine sense was very clear. He tried many times, but he still didn't succeed. He took a deep breath, and at this moment, all the celestial jades around him shattered into dust. All the celestial spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body through his nose and nose like strands of smoke. After the last bit of celestial spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body, the intensity of the invisible celestial fire increased several-fold. At this moment, it was as if celestial fire was coming out of Wang Lin's mouth and nose. His body began to sweat a lot. However, the moment the sweat appeared, it turned into water vapor and floated into the air. The white water vapor above Wang Lin's head became denser and denser. The celestial fire inside Wang Lin's body became stronger than ever as it began to refine the origin soul cocoon. The liquid origin energy finally began to crystallize. The moment it was about to crystallize, the entire crystal suddenly trembled. This tremble was silent, but this tremble caused the origin soul cocoon to move. The moment the origin soul cocoon moved, the celestial fire around it began to show signs of collapsing. It stopped refining the celestial fire and began to spread out. The invisible fire inside Wang Lin's body began to turn corporeal. The ascendant crystal was about to fail. Just at this moment, the other ascendant crystal that Zhou Yi had given to Wang Lin appeared from Wang Lin's dantian and entered the celestial fire. Not only was the celestial fire unable to affect the ascendant crystal, but as the ascendant crystal floated over, the celestial fire dimmed a bit. It was as if the ascendant crystal could extinguish the celestial fire. Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal flew next to Wang Lin's origin soul cocoon and entered it without any resistance. It appeared next to Wang Lin's ascendant crystal. Two ascendant crystals. One was the reincarnation of life and death. The other was the obsession of death. Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal circled around Wang Lin's ascendant crystal once before suddenly collapsing. The moment it collapsed, All of the origin energy inside was absorbed into Wang Lin's ascendant crystal. Wang Lin's ascendant crystal grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it went from the size of a fingernail to the size of a pinky finger. At this moment, the origin soul cocoon no longer trembled, and the celestial fire around it no longer turned corporeal. All of this seemed simple, but no one knew that what happened just now was a moment of life and death. The moment the ascendant crystal that contained Zhou Yi's origin energy formed, the origin soul cocoon inside Wang Lin's body immediately shrank and contained the ascendant crystal. A new aura was slowly being formed inside the origin soul cocoon. This process continued for a very long time, Wang Lin sat in the lotus position inside the cave and didn't move at all. It was as if he had been there for a very long time. Outside, the stars changed, and the moon and sun alternated. In the Sky Demon country, Sky Demon City had already been rebuilt 10 years ago. The size and scale of the city was exactly the same as before. The Emperor Department was still there, and the square under the Sky Demon sect was still there. On the plaza, the gigantic demon drum was still there. 10 years of time passed by in a flash. The residents of Sky Demon City avoided a catastrophe 10 years ago, but the situation back then was something they would never forget. In Sky Demon City, the legend of a cultivator named Wang Lin continued to spread. The boat from back then was no longer there, and even the person on the boat had disappeared. Perhaps he no longer played the zither. The young man that drank wine with Wang Lin all night was now in a pavilion in Beijing, looking into the distance. Beside him stood a girl. She was very beautiful, but there was a hint of naughtiness in her eyes. If Su Liguo was here and saw this girl, he would have drooled and pounced on her. He would have shouted, "Little beauty, your big brother Su is back." The young man let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "Strange. It has been 10 years, and that little fellow has completely disappeared." Even when the 5 ancestors searched with their divine senses, they couldn't find a trace of him. It was as if he had left the demon spirit land. Sky Demon Country, Earth City. After the city was built, there was a magnificent mansion in the east. There was a plaque above the mansion that had 4 words written on it. Earth Vice Commander-in-Chief's Mansion. There were countless servants inside the mansion, and it was very quiet and elegant. At this moment, a burly man wearing a commander's robe was standing in the backyard of the fake mountain. He looked into the distance and let out a sigh. There were 3 people standing behind the burly man. They were all wearing demon general armors. They stood motionlessly behind the burly man and were very respectful. "Brother Wang, where did you go?" The burly man let out a deep sigh. Inside the cave, Ren Lin didn't move at all during these 10 years. He still sat there like a statue. In his body, the cocoon of his Yuan spirit slowly finished its nourishment, and a soul-stirring aura slowly spread out from the cocoon. After an unknown amount of time, a crack suddenly appeared on the cocoon. This crack was very thin, and it slowly split open. Soon after, another crack appeared, and then more and more cracks appeared on the cocoon. More and more cracks appeared on the cocoon, and in the end, the cocoon shattered. The moment it shattered, rays of gray light shot out from within. A newly born nascent soul slowly floated out from the shattered cocoon. This origin soul was no longer transparent, but corporeal. There was not much difference between this origin soul and a physical body. The ascendant crystal slowly released origin energy and circulated inside it. An ascendant cultivator's origin soul was their domain. This was the real domain body. The origin soul floated out, and the broken cocoon immediately melted. It turned into a special nutrient that nourished the origin soul and was absorbed by the origin soul. After the last bit of nutrient was absorbed, the origin soul gradually sat down. The moment it sat down, Wang Lin's body trembled, and for the first time in 10 years, he opened his eyes. Ascendant. Wang Lin muttered to himself as his eyes shined brightly. After cultivating for 700 years, he had finally reached the Ascendant stage. Ascendant was a top existence in any rank 6 cultivation country. Even in a rank T cultivation country, an ascendant cultivator was still a powerful cultivator. And Wang Lin sat in meditation for 10 years to comprehend the ascendant realm. During that time, he gained something else. Chapter 600. At this moment, in the top floor of the Black Tower in the Sky Demon Country's ancient battleground, 2 ghostly lights suddenly lit up. I have just reached the ascendant stage, and my origin energy hasn't completely fused with it yet. I need 49 days to stabilize it. I have waited 10 years for this moment. The ghostly light from the helmet on the armor flashed, and thunder came from the sky outside the tower. At the same time, a giant black vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex was so large that it seemed like it could absorb everything in the world. The sky changed colors, and even the countless souls in the ancient battleground began to tremble. The armor in the pagoda shone brightly, and a domineering divine sense immediately swept out from the pagoda, covering the entire ancient battlefield. Then, the soil on the battlefield loosened in a few places, and black bones quickly flew out from the ground and rose into the air. These tiny bones rapidly fused in midair, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a black, withered bone arm. The black skeletal arm slowly flew above the pagoda and stopped under the vortex. I don't have much power left, so I can't waste it. Also, this person's current location is one of the places I don't want to go. There is a flash of ghostly light on the armor, and the arm guard immediately detached from the rest of the armor. It released bursts of devilish flames and flew out of the pagoda toward the skeleton on top of the pagoda. The moment the arm armor touched the withered arm, it immediately latched onto the withered arm. The moment the arm armor was put on, the withered arm became completely different. Waves of boundless demonic power frantically condensed on it. Go, bring the origin energy. The arm guard trembled and disappeared into the vortex in the sky. Only ascendant cultivators have origin energy in their bodies. Unfortunately, my injuries are too heavy, so I can't extract origin energy from cultivators who have already fused with their origin souls. I can only choose to absorb origin energy when they are about to break through. The ghostly light on the armor that was missing a piece of the wrist guard gradually dimmed until it was extinguished. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position inside the cave. He let out a mouthful of foul air and stood up. He had been sitting in the lotus position for 10 years, and now that he moved, popping sounds came from his body. It took a while for him to return to normal. He loosened his body, but at this moment his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the sky above the celestial cave and saw a black vortex silently appear. This is... Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had been in the cave for many years and had never seen a vortex like this. The appearance of this vortex was simply too amazing. It appeared right when he was about to reach the ascendant stage. Wang Lin was a cautious person. The moment the vortex appeared, he charged toward the door of the cave. Just as he moved, the vortex sped up and expanded in size. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he slapped his bag of holding without any hesitation. He took out the token and formed a seal. His body immediately turned into the void and was about to disappear. Just at this moment, a black arm covered in armor came out from the vortex and mercilessly grabbed toward Wang Lin. With this grab, Wang Lin, who was about to turn into the void and teleport away, suddenly trembled and disappeared. The black arm paused for a moment before returning back into the vortex, and the vortex disappeared. Inside the fire demon country, there was a large plain that stretched for countless kilometers. At this moment, a distorted fluctuation appeared in the sky, and Wang Lin stepped out. His expression was gloomy. If anyone encountered such a strange scene right after reaching the ascendant stage, they wouldn't be happy. When he used the token to leave, he was disturbed by the arm, so there was a problem with the teleportation. He spread out his divine sense and found that this place was unfamiliar. At this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. This black dot spun crazily at an unimaginable speed. Almost in an instant, it formed the huge whirlpool. The appearance of this vortex was completely silent. Not even divine sense could detect it in advance. It was as if it was everywhere in the world. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the vortex. This time, he didn't choose to escape. He wanted to see what kind of spell the arm inside the vortex had. The moment the vortex appeared, the arm with the gauntlet reached out toward Wang Lin. The wind did not stir, the clouds did not move, and no divine ability appeared. It was a simple grab, as if a mortal was waving his arm. Wang Lin frowned slightly and raised his right hand. This was the first time he used the finger of death with the power of an ascendant cultivator. A ray of black light that was more than 10 times stronger than the sun ladle from before appeared, and there were also ripples moving through the black light. The black light was like a bolt of lightning as it flew out and landed on the skeleton. At this moment, the gauntlet on the skeleton released a shocking amount of demonic energy. This demonic energy was almost corporeal and blocked the finger of death. However, this demonic energy underestimated Wang Lin's finger of death. If Wang Lin hadn't reached the ascended stage, then the finger of death would have been blocked by this demonic energy. However, now that Wang Lin had used his ascendant cultivation to activate this finger, although it was blocked, the finger of death couldn't be blocked. The moment the demonic energy collided with the finger, the demonic energy dissipated as if it was being absorbed. All of this happened in an instant. Just as Wang Lin sent out the finger of death, he felt an invisible force coming from the front. This force was like a gentle breeze, and the moment it landed on his body, Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. He immediately noticed that his newly formed origin soul in the ascendant stage felt like it was going to be blown away by this invisible force. Even his mind couldn't resist at all. Even his right hand was slowly lowered. His origin soul slowly floated out of his body as if it was going to leave. A sense of fatigue suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, because his origin soul was about to leave his body had stiffened and his consciousness was rapidly fading. At this moment, there was no panic in his heart, only killing intent. Wang Lin, even dared to defy the heavens and kill the heavens. So how could he be confused by this spell? Wang Lin had a heart to kill, and at this moment, his heart to kill collided with his killing intent, creating a powerful killing intent. A low growl came from his mouth. A monstrous killing intent radiated from his eyes. Under this killing intent, the origin soul that had already separated from half of his body was actually forced back by him. After his origin soul returned to his body, Wang Lin coldly stared at the arm. "No matter who you are, don't provoke me." Wang Lin took a step back and used countless teleportation spells at the same time. In an instant, he disappeared. The arm wasn't scary. What was scary was the wrist guard. Wang Lin's probing earlier showed that there was something strange about the wrist guard. There were many strange people in the demon spirit land, and Wang Lin had just reached the ascendant stage, so his origin soul needed some time to completely fuse. He didn't want to cause any trouble right now. The moment Wang Lin left, a soft exclamation came from the ancient battleground pagoda. "You are indeed worthy of being a heaven-defying cultivator. You were able to resist my heavenly devil wind with your killing intent. However, the more you act like this, the more interested I am in your origin energy." In the demon spirit land, those who cultivate ancient demon spells can't form origin energy. Only you cultivators will have origin energy appear when you reach the ascendant stage. Over the countless years, almost all the cultivators who reached the ascendant stage in the demon spirit land had their origin energy devoured by me the moment they broke through. You are no exception. Wang Lin teleported and appeared in a desolate place. He couldn't see any mountains or water, only withered grass and trees. However, his eyes immediately narrowed because he found some restrictions in the distance. "What the hell is that arm?" Wang Lin frowned as he flew toward the restrictions in the distance. Soon, he arrived at the restrictions. This place was even more desolate and the ground was cracked. There was nothing strange about it. The restrictions guarding this place weren't clever, but there were a lot of them. There were thousands of restrictions here, and each of them had a chain reaction. Triggering one was the same as triggering all of them. Although it was crude, it was still effective. Ordinary people, even demon generals, would find it difficult to enter this restriction. Even if they could enter, it would take a lot of time to break them by force. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. With his cultivation level and mastery of restrictions, these restrictions weren't worthy of his attention, so he had no interest in entering. Just as he was about to leave, the black vortex that caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow appeared once more. Lingering ghosts. Wang Lin frowned, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. The black vortex appeared again and again, causing Wang Lin to be filled with killing intent. He let out a cold snort and immediately descended toward the restrictions. With Wang Lin's mastery of restrictions, the restrictions he had broken were all celestial restrictions in the cave. Breaking the restrictions here was as easy as flipping his hand. He only took a few glances, and countless thoughts flashed through his eyes. His body flickered, and he disappeared into the restrictions. These restrictions, aside from preventing outsiders from entering, were also used to hide themselves with illusions. However, they had encountered Wang Lin. Wang Lin had broken countless restrictions in his life, so he easily passed through the restrictions without triggering them. The scene in front of him was very different from the outside world. At this moment, it was still a plain. However, when one looked around, they could see that it had been artificially carved out into plantations that gave off a strange fragrance. Wang Lin was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this place to be like this. What was even stranger was that all the plants here were of the same type. Celestial ascension fruit. Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. At that moment, the surrounding restrictions suddenly began to collapse. The black skeleton forced its way through the restrictions and reached inside. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.